Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to reinvent market trends. The app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard, a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritises user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Television. Thank you for starting your day with us on a beautiful Thursday morning. We have enough pack to keep you going this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Momo.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Destiny, good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too.
Nice royal blue, by the way, I must say.
Nice polka dot.
No, you don't have to say it because I said it. I mean,
no.
Why not try
I like
to be
it.
even? I love
know.
your
I like it
royal
when
blue.
I see polka dots.
Really?
Three ladies.
I know you like
you.
patterns. I know you like, but not polka dots. You like animal print.
I just like things
Precisely.
that, that have a touch of something, and, this is always standing out, trust me.
All right. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning.
All right.
Naira hits record high of 1,418.26 Naira since FMs as reserves maintain steady growth. Again on the news this morning, Seyi Makinde says cross-border bandits responsible for Oyo Park attack. Dati Baba Ahmed declares bid for 2027 presidency on the Labour Party.
Wow.
And finally, United States seizes Russia flag tanker linked to Venezuela. Those are some of our headlines this morning. Very quickly before we take a quick break, Destiny, Seyi Makinde says cross-border bandits responsible for Oyo Park attack. What would you make of this statement?
For a governor, the chief security officer of the state, and he's the leader of the state. He must have gotten information from the military and the police and all security agencies. And then judging from the reports that he has gotten from that, he should be in the right position to say, now, this is what actually transpired. Because, of course, definitely, like I said, he is the number one citizen of the state, and he is there to serve the people. He wouldn't have said something, on the contrary. I don't know what you think about it as well.
Well, I think for me, it's just the prevalence of this bandit attack and how it's become so normalized, and that's why a governor would then say cross-border bandits are responsible for park attack. But my question would be, what are you doing about this bandit? What are you doing about it? And why do you feel comfortable about just, coming up to, put the blame on them? Yes, maybe that's it, but how are you strengthening your borders?
Anyway, I agree with you on that. Definitely, they should have put in measures, knowing fully well that these things are prone to happen, knowing that it has been happening, or it has started happening around the West End. So when governors came together the other time, to strategize, I mean, Western states governors came together to strategize. I thought they had started putting measures in place. And I'll say now, this is the reason, this happened. Also shows that, they're still putting eye in this to actually know the root cause. There are some cases that you don't get to hear the root cause, even from the state government. Now, I won't even give him a kudos for even finding out that this is actually what happened. And so they will have to put in measures to ensure that a repeat of such does not arise again. And another thing that actually caught my fancy during the course of the headlines is Dati Baba.
I knew that will.
Actually, the flag bearer for presidency for the Labour Party is still a good one.
No, is he or is declaring his bid?
And at the end of the day, he's actually declaring his bid to, want to be. It means that there's already an agreement in the party to put him and use him, because he was already strategic in the last election. Do not forget that he was supposed to support Peter Obi, and then him coming forth because Peter Obi is not a member of the Labour Party anymore. I don't think it's so much of a bad idea. Knowing everybody knows, a lot of people knew already that his political ambition is not just for personal gains. It's because of his passion, right, to put things right.
Well, I think that's up for debate.
Yeah, it's up for a debate actually, and then being that he's also from the north, I don't know if that is more of an advantage too, as well, because from the ADC, Peter Obi is a flag bearer, right? And then Kwakwaso is supporting him. So it seems that Atiku is already pulling away from the presidency race. So what's actually happening in that regard?
I would say that the 2027 election race is certainly one. It's very tight with very strong contenders.
Exactly.
And may the best man win, really.
Exactly. We want the best man to win. We want to see a lot of changes. We want to ensure people want to hear that their vote counted. People want to see that they voted and it's actually, the majority that is actually winning. We don't want to go back and forth like the last election where there were a lot of controversies here and there, a lot of disagreement, a lot of, results that did not go down well with the voters. So a lot of, I just pray that, this year already is already an election year, because this is a year to prepare for the elections. Yeah. So I just want Nigerians to brazen up. I just want even our electoral system and our electoral reforms to actually come to the fore, to that point where we will know that of a truth that we voted and our votes are counted. And like you rightly said, let the best man
win. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Do stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is the newspaper review segment. Today, we'll be checking out some of the papers across the dailies today, starting off, of course, from home. Business Day papers this morning. The big story on the front page of the Business Day paper says, consumers face higher prices as biggest shipper raises import fees. And the writer goes on to say importers threaten to ditch shipping giants. Still on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. On page 30, it says manufacturers see sector rebound as reforms take shape. And on page 30 still says Trump's Venezuela oil grab to shrink Nigeria's $2.9 billion US market. The scrambles for alternative markets heighten. And finally, on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, said investor confidence returns to African startups on improved models as 69 firms secured $10 million plus rounds in 2025, up 70% from 2024. Of course, we have in the studio with us this morning our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonji, joining us this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's really nice.
It's always lovely having you on the show. Let's talk about this one on consumers facing high prices as the biggest shipper raises import fees.
I think that was actually the news that broke yesterday. We thought that we will be able to have a 2026 where prices are tapered. I mean, when I say tapered, a little bit on downward trend, because I think just like she mentioned to me, we've actually been able to agree that 2026 is the year of audacity. And that audacity is simply that prices, we're definitely able to see kind of a downward trend in price movement. We see that in petrol already. We try to be able to see that as well in electricity. Government is actually trying to be able to do something around by terms of subsidies. And we're seeing it some basic items, foodstuff and the likes. But lately, the shippers, mentioned that the Nigerian Shipping Council trying to be able to raise the import fees. And of course, I think it's actually targeted on certain items that have alternatives locally, so as to be able to ensure that we're able to encourage some harnessing local content. I think that was what's actually be able to bring about this introduction of new rates, new import fees for these two factors anyway. One, for the Nigerian Customs Service to be able to generate revenue, but there's a target for them as well to be able to meet this year. But at the same time, for most products that we have local alternatives, they try to be able to place these high import fees on them so that the importers themselves, the shippers, can be able to look inward and see that they can be able to harness the local market. So I think this is the dynamic we're seeing. This is likely going to be able to take effect from after the first quarter. I think they're still trying to be able to put things in place for the first quarter. So from around March, we'll likely be able to see some of this injection of higher prices to the import fees. But as I said, it is just another attempt for us to look inward. Let's go back inward and see how we can be able to take advantage of the local content. Actually, those things are actually available.
But I'm just curious to know if we don't have other competitors, if the Mediterranean Shipping Company, because it's increased import fees, and that's the reason why we might now be facing higher prices. That tells me that we probably don't have other competitors who can do
because the MSC,
the same job.
The Mediterranean Shipping Company is actually the largest. I mean, it's one of the largest, if not the largest, in terms of shipping items into this country. Petrol, for example, they have one of the largest ships across our waterways. When you look at them, and then they're actually responsible for shipping those things, even cars, most of the Tokumbo cars that we buy is usually through the shipping line that we bring them from is MSC, the Mediterranean Shipping Company. So so a lot of importers rely on them to help them ship their products locally.
Okay.
But as I'm saying now, I think I was actually asking one of us here about I think I was just able to do some car shopping yesterday.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just talking about
Lovely.
local cars. Yes,
I love that.
JAC. And you see JAC being assembled in Nigeria.
Okay.
And they are very reasonable prices.
Yeah.
I'm talking about their new cars going for, I think the one I was yesterday was around about 10 to 15 million.
Okay.
You understand now? The usual saloon cars. So instead of actually being able to pump that to be able to import cars, you can get those local cars here. We have GAC, they're Chinese companies anyway. They are assembling them here. So I'm just saying, so if I can be able to take 10 million to import Tokumbo cars, maybe Toyota of this one that I know, or the Hondas of this one
Might
that
as
I know.
well buy a brand new one, right?
GACs, another amount. You understand now? Listen,
How about the fuel consumption?
So I mean, these are 4 cylinders, very, very reasonable. They're actually targeted for Nigerian market.
Oh, great.
So I'm just mentioning 2 of them that I explored yesterday. Just JAC and GAC. One is J, and GAC.
Right.
And you see they have affordable cars. In fact, now they're trying. In fact, I was telling them, you guys need to be able to let Nigeria know about this. You understand now? Let Nigeria know. And their what's it called, pricing plans, you need to be able to pay everything up front. You understand? A flexible payment plan that they introduced. And I was really, really impressed. But because of those information I mentioned, I'm just using that as an example.
Right.
So you can imagine the amount of cars, even because of exchange rate, that has actually been able to hamper them. You know, this exchange rate from 2023, 2024. Well, do you know how many number of cars that enter into this country on a daily basis from Tokumbo? The exchange rate fine hampered them when the exchange rate started escalating in 2024 and 2025. So it is unimaginable. So that was what affected most of all these shippers. They've been affected by that already. But I think they said necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
People are not able to now look inward. Apart from all these, there have been there in the East. But it's doing some wonders. You know, most of all these rugged, what do you call this? These rugged pickup vehicles, pickup vans. They are doing the electric cars, the trucks. Thank you very much. And then just JC and JC, I just look at them now and they import the component parts, but they assemble everything here.
Not bad.
They try to be able to make them to be able to target Nigerian market. So different varieties, the GS3, GS4. So I think what the government is also trying to be able to do now is, can we look inward? I mean, that is the key thing now.
Exactly.
Yes. But then actually, don't forget, it's not even known by Nigerians anyway. Just be able to apply across waterways. And they import many of those things. So most of our shippers use them to bring their goods from abroad.
There's something about the shipping here in Nigeria. I mean, you know, MPA here is not really cooperating with even Shippers Council.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot going on, a lot of politics going on in there that I do not want to be a part of. Definitely. But hearing from a reliable source, right, that our import market is going fast, moving to Lome, where people can easily ship their stuffs in there for less and bring them here. You know, for them coming through here, it's very hyper expensive and it's not good. Even the Shippers Council are complaining, you know, that these prices, Nigerians are losing a lot of businesses and a lot of people are losing jobs as well. Yes, we know that the revenue is important, but it should come down so that people can be able to pass through our ports and bring more businesses to the country.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very, very vital point. But most of what happened at the Lome gantry, they are majorly about crude oil, petrol products.
Okay.
That the government is trying everything possible to reduce that over-reliance on imports.
Okay.
Most of the time. So Lome is more like a dumping ground for bad fuels. Some of them have what they call bad fuel. Bad fuel are those ones that have a very high sulfur content. If you compare one of our crude here is, so crude is categorized into 3.
Right.
You have sweet crude. That's the category. The best of them is the sweet crude. The one that go take the one, because it's a natural resource God gave to us. The best of them are this. It's more like what's the way it sounded, sweet crude. But that doesn't mean one will actually sit down and be hitting it. It's like the best of that category. If you look at them, the sweet crude, they have the bread. So ours is the sweet. And it shows that, and they are this category of us, or those classifications that are able to have high value when you say international market. So Lome, for example, because of just what Destiny said, our ports was actually being, you know, regulated, heavily regulated in that regard. So most of the shippers or most of these petrol importers are using Lome gantry to bring in the products. Good. Lome gave them that particular opportunity. Expect government to try as much as possible to ensure that if Dangote can do 30 billion liters in a month, right? 30 billion liters.
Okay.
How much we need in a month? On a daily basis now, the statistics have showed that we consume about 60 million liters. That's Nigeria. Before 50 million to 60 million liters in terms of petrol that we consume. If you can be able to do that on a daily basis, Dangote is telling us that he's able to be able to do about 15 million liters on a daily basis. So like 1.5 billion in a month. So which means that we'll still be able to meet local demand. That's what I get my point there. If you look at what Dangote is doing now, and it's planning to be able to expand to billions of liters by the end of the first quarter of this year. So the government, as much as possible, want to see, let us give all this local content opportunity. So that, yes, we will not be able to give him that monopoly to be the only producer. We allow some imports. There are licenses that NUPLC, NMDPRB. We all know what happened then. When the man has to go cry out about NUPLC, but they don't want to give the license for you to import to this country. But I think government is trying to regulate in that regard to ensure that we are not just a dumping ground. Lome has been one. That's what most of the oil from Russia, Belarus, they just dump it in Lome and then find their ways into African countries.
I don't think Loma is just for the oil.
Yes, I know. The other products.
There are a lot of things. Things. They're actually taking the market over, and it is reducing. What is coming here, because people are afraid of costing. How much do you want to send your stuff into the country? How much do you want to sell it? People are considering their profits as well. So if they can just tame these prices down, it will be a lot of market for Nigeria.
I know, but at the same time, just like I think you mentioned, that is the government is also after revenue.
Right.
Most of all these government revenue generating agencies, including customs services, has that like a target every year. The last 2 years, they've been trying to be able to meet that target. The government has not been hardlined about it, that if you don't meet it, either you make it or you ship out. No doubt about that. But I think we've actually been able to allow most of all these agencies some leeways in the past. That they're just like a leech, a parasite on our resources. These are revenue generating agencies that need to be able to do that. But I know, just like you said, Lome is not only for that. But other products that are coming in here, when we actually do that research and study, we find out that 70% of goods imported, I'm saying 70%, we'll be able to have most of them abundantly available here. I'm just saying that. So, a shipper's business will be able to ship the goods into the country. But if there are local alternatives as a government, you wanted to be able to give that competitive advantage to those ones, especially when they don't have it. When it is cheaper to import at the expense of producing locally, what do you call competitive advantage? Sometimes to encourage these local industries, these infants that are coming up, you will need to be able to put certain order to ensure that you come up with it.
But just real quick before we move on to our next headline today, is there some sort of succor for consumers who are now at the mercy, right?
I think MSC was one that actually announced theirs, the Mediterranean Service Company. Other importers are considering other alternatives. There are no alternatives now that are not ramping up their rates, their import fees. So, as I said, Mediterranean is like the biggest, if not the biggest, one of the biggest shippers that most of the importers use to bring their. So, like you go to Germany, you go to Sweden, you get your product. They are more or less like a logistic company to help you bring it down into Nigeria. People use them quite a whole lot, and that's what's actually concerning to most of the importers. But there are other alternatives as well. So,
are they stepping up?
No. It's stepping up in terms of that, yes. Maybe they may not be able to have the full capacity as what MSC could do. But I think it's an opportunity. That's what I'm saying. Necessity is the mother of invention. This is an opportunity for them to take advantage of, right? Absolutely. To see if it's a matter of capacity that MSC is actually doing. Why can't you expand yours as well and take advantage of that vacuum in the system? Like a lot of all these importers will ditch these giants and tend to be able to move on.
Certainly, where there are challenges, there should be opportunities.
That's what should happen to them now. Opportunity for them.
Exactly. For people that can bring the solution.
Let's move now and see another headline on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. This one says, investor confidence returns to African startups on improved models as 69 firms secure $10 million plus rounds in 2025. This is up 70% from 2024. That's a large margin.
AI is a future. I cannot be able to hold that. And Africa is not lagging behind. You know, I remember one of our stories in the premium story was I always be able to talk about that. Because that's what I write for on a daily basis. There's this, so I think the story that I wrote recently was, can Africa choose its own trading partners? Because especially since Trump came in, there's been a lot of serious attention to Africa from China. So it's a competition now between China
Right.
EU and the US.
Okay.
It's a competition now to see that where is the next growth trade frontier, and it's in Africa. In fact, in 2024, we're not going to talk about 2025. In 2024, China invested $491 billion to the African economy. That's the largest. Our biggest trading partner, of course, is the European Union. I'm just using them. The European Union did like about $295 billion in terms of the total trade that we did, while US did like about $69 billion. But now all of them are, especially on the back of Trump's tariff, people are now looking at where is the next good frontier to focus on. Exactly. US, Africa is actually that particular point. And that's what we are writing now, that since it's more or less like the momentum has shifted to us. Instead of them dictating to us now, but they're the one more or less like cutting us now. This country are the one cutting Africa. Can Africa be the one dictating the terms to them? They have no choice now. The geopolitical issues that are actually going on. And that's actually able to come to AI as well. So you can be able to see the race for AI. You see Africans are doing amazing things. So the model they introduced for last year, just like 70% in the last 2 years, the kind of funding that they're attracting, angel investors that are bringing money in, venture capitalists, bringing money into Nigerian AI space, is unprecedented. This is the time for inventors, for innovators to really be able to bring out their product. We have a lot of, that's what I'm talking about, you see that story, was to mention it there. They are trying to be able to see that AI is the future. It used to be oil before now, but now it is that tech, AI generally. And you have, just like I said, you have venture capitalists, you have angel investors that are going to give you money to ensure that that's your innovation, that thing in your head, you can actually be able to bring it out to reality, exactly, have that startup. And just like the story done by Royal, there, shows 70% jump, 2 years. I don't think any other continent has witnessed that. So it shows that the focus is really, really on us.
So that means that this is a very thriving market
for Africa. And that's why that's what we was not saying. Now is the opportunity. Instead of them dictating the terms to us for trading, it should be the other way around. Because they have no choice now. Trump has been able to show a lot of them. Sorry for using the word piggy. So they don't want them to be able to take the other thing. They saw Africa as that trading frontier now. And that's what we're looking at. That's the story about. Can Africa now be able to choose its own partners on its own terms, rather than them be the ones able to dictate it to us?
Right. And speaking of Trump, let's move to our next story then. It says Trump's Venezuela oil grab to shrink Nigeria's $2.9 billion US market. And it goes on to say scrambles for alternative markets heighten. So what are these alternative markets?
Of course. So our imports to US, oil imports alone is about $3 billion from us to them. You know, it's one of our largest, when it comes to oil, the US is actually one of our largest trading partners.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So, but with what happened, with that dynamics that have changed since Saturday, now they now have access to Venezuelan oil. Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world. In the world, the largest oil reserve. That means there are still a lot of oil on the ground they have not exploited.
Interesting.
A lot of them, yes. Because there have been oil blockade. America has blocked them all as well. So because
No, what I was even going to say, right? You know, the whole thing, it just seemed like an autocratic move.
Of course, new fascist movement.
It's an autocratic move because why will you know, I'm telling you, grab a president and take advantage of their resources. But then again, it just makes me wonder and just ponder as well, you know, believing that the whole move, you know, of trying to come and help Christians in Nigeria also had an ulterior motive. Exactly, because I don't understand. We know they have these powers.
Of course,
what is actually giving them such powers to now want to come and you know, invade Africa and take advantage of African resources? Now, this is quite thought-provoking.
Okay. So I don't think, and I should have to be corrected here, that they're actually contemplating doing that invasion or the Venezuela capture, given the Venezuela treatment to Africa, really. But I can say, because I know I had this issue with our editor, I'm even saying that, about when the announcement came about what come and help Nigerian Christians. I know people were really saying, what is the motive?
What is the motive?
So I remember the thing we mentioned there is there could be mineral undertone. Where I said, no. That is like, you don't be able to mention that.
Yes, having soldiers around
is telling us now what is happening.
Having soldiers around that we're not even aware of, doing a whole lot of research, and you know, deceitfully positioning it in line of terrorism when the undertone is speaking another language.
I know a lot of things are like the Nigerian government. When this issue about the security heightens, remember, we saw Trump, we saw his people, Riley Moore, Pete Exet, the Secretary of War, they're able to meet with Nigerian representatives as well. And they set up this committee called the Joint U.S.-Nigeria Committee to be able to deal with insecurity. And that was what was responsible for what happened in Gaza and Tambuwa local government. The bomb that came on the Christmas day anyway.
Right. In Sokoto.
On the Christmas day in Sokoto State, exactly. So they actually be able to come around there on that day. So I think we're able to see that and then other things. But the question I'm asking is, there might be mineral resource undertone for Africa as well.
Yes.
US is actually looking at that.
Yes.
Because don't forget that this is a man that's a climate change skeptics. A lot of people at the time were saying, let us move away from oil.
Yeah.
Oil is damaging the environment.
Okay.
I mean, we need to be able to look at alternative sources. Solar, gas. They were saying, no. All those things about climate change is according to him in his word, is a Chinese hoax. It's the Chinese that is coming up with those narratives that they keep exploiting and exploiting. So it is not unconnected. I mean, it is not unexpected. The Venezuelan case, that's why I'm saying they have the largest reserves because there have been American blockade. They blocked their oil from going out because they've declared Maduro as a repressive regime or as an illegal government, illegal government really, because according to what they said. Now, what is happening now? They now have direct access. That's the question to their oil.
So that's the whole thing.
So now, likely Nigeria's imports will definitely be impacted. I think that's what the story was talking about. Because they now have direct access to it. You don't need to be able to ask anybody now.
Really?
The president has been captured now. Delcy Rodriguez.
You see what I see, right?
So the question is, it's more like saying the person that is blocking Trump, because that's actually the factor. He has mentioned that. And you see that in most of his narratives and rhetorics, he's always making allusion to that oil. That oil. He's always making it directly or indirectly. Even though Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, will try to be able to walk it back. To say, no. We are not trying to be able to take over their oil. Because you see Trump coming out and still doubling down. That it's not their oil that they are really interested in. So you know he has that at the back of his mind.
It's the audacity for you. It's the audacity of boldness and courage for me to be able to do that. Like,
I mean, America has actually been the last time they did that was 2006 when they did that to Saddam Hussein in Iraq. They also went there as well. In fact, they killed that one. In 1990, they did it to Panama. Manuel Noriega was the president of Panama. But they actually bundled that one too and brought it to the US. So I know it has been like maybe not a regular thing. That vessel was 1990 before 2006 and then 2026.
But not unusual.
Not unusual.
Not an unusual trend.
To just go into countries. Because but
they can't do that now that people are very much aware. People are very informed.
So that's why
there's going to be a whole lot of issues surrounding that. And then you can see that, there's been a lot of...
You cannot just wake up one morning and just say the next thing you want to do now is go to Nigeria, go and bundle the press. Come on, and with the way this man is actually going, can be so erratic and unpredictable. They will just tell us the next thing they wanted to do. He has been threatening Cuba. He has been threatening Colombia. You see, but this I think we spoke to Colombia president. Even though he called him a sick man, but he's a sick man in a sick country because of under the attention of narco-terrorism.
I think he's using that part of the scripture that says that the violent take it by force. It's so sad, really. No, because
I'm going to say independence are Soviet countries. Right? Under international law, under any existing law, I don't think there's any law that would have permitted you. Because one of the things he said he got was that an ex parte order in court, because he went to the court to say that the Venezuelan president Maduro what they charged him for on Monday, before the case was actually postponed to March now, was two conditions: narco-terrorism and cocaine importation into US.
Oh my God.
That was a condition that they used to be able to arraign him.
Are those false? Are those false?
He denied all of them. He pled innocent to them, not guilty. So he started the case. It was in court on Monday, and then he pled. So they read his charges to him.
Yeah,
and he wasn't not guilty. Right? I'm not guilty of all this. So Trump maybe is the one that is just be able to spew out those narratives that this guy is importing
to bring about delay.
Narcotics into US and American people.
But Mohammed, I think for me, I'm just really curious as to how much impact this could have on Nigeria's market.
It is. So, and I think that's what we're talking about. So, with the access they have into Venezuela now, Liz and Destiny, it's the market will reshape itself. America is one of our second largest oil importer. That we export oil to. The second largest country.
What's the first?
The first is we do it to India.
Wow.
Exactly. And India is actually our largest. And then we have them as second or third. I'm not so sure, but I'll check my data again. So And that's the market about $2.9 billion.
That's a lot.
So what it means is simply that they're going to be a shift now.
Mm.
So this oil they will get from, because Venezuela oil too is very, very good.
Mm.
Exactly.
Is it the sweet crude?
Yeah, the sweet crude as well. The sweet crude as well.
Alright.
And then they have a lot of reserve already.
Mm.
People are able to use our reserves. They have not been able to use it because of blockade. America has blocked them for a while. So with America having direct access now, that's the question. How that will now be able to pan out. Because of course, it's not like the government of US will be the one exploiting the oil. But you said that all American oil companies will now go in, we fix their infrastructure and start pumping the oil. But of course, he who pays the pipeline, as they say.
Dictates it to you.
Real quick, the front page of the Punch paper this morning, the big story here says tax laws, 5 trillion naira VAT windfall for states as new formula begins. It says new tax law tilts VAT revenue towards states, local governments as federal government share drops to 922 billion naira.
Okay, so I think the tax law has taken effect. And then if you check the Nigeria Revenue Service Act, the one we've actually been talking about, the allocation has now been released.
Okay.
How it will be shared when the money comes in. So federal government share has dropped. State and local government are now having more.
More,
Because it is there, yes.
Oh,
indeed.
wow.
So by the time the amounts actually be issued on a monthly basis. So the one share for December now, review, just be able to mention. So state and local government share comes up that particular percentage. So the federal government share reduced from about 26% to 11%. State and local government actually be able to increase by equal proportion to be able to show that. So the new formula now, especially then for VAT now on certain items is another naughty area that they fought over. Even though some items are removed from are no longer non-vatable, we now have that sharing the VAT windfall now will drop to a lot of governors. But that's why the president kept mentioning, ask your governors, more money is coming to them. Don't only be focusing on federal. Are we also asking the state? Are we putting the state and local government
Under pressure?
Right.
John was just telling me about the local government chairman who campaigned in the mainland, a local government chairman on the mainland, and he's living here on the island. You can imagine that they are here in Ikoyi with us.
Yeah.
So what kind of job is he doing? Your people are there, you campaign over there, don't able to mention the local government. Immediately they elected him. He came to come and buy a house in Banana Island and staying there.
Oh, wow.
And then turn that place into a... And it's a local government.
Those are the anomalies in our society.
To live and feel
the impact of the people.
the impact.
Because you have an opportunity to become chairman, you have been staying there. You become chairman and you pack off away from there.
After becoming a chairman.
And so and I love that.
You're probably bigger than the problems of your people. So
you just get the
why are you leading them?
Why do you want to lead them? You're supposed to be there. They said the leader lead from the front.
Right.
Not for now running.
Not from the back, actually.
Not from the back, from the front. But that's what most of them are actually doing. And that's what we need to check. And we also calling them to account. These state governors and local government. Because the local government person there will not even bother to ask for the chairman. We'll be talking about who in Abuja. And you ask that local government, how much did you collect for this month? They are collecting money every month. Money is going to them.
Money definitely.
Why have you not fixed the whole allocation on my street? You should also ask him as well. People don't be able to abandon the street.
I think by the time we tilt our attention to our local government councillors and
hold them accountable.
Hold them accountable. People will be doing things will be happening.
Money has improved by more than 75%.
Wow.
From this time to now, more than 75%.
Wow.
It's not what they are getting. On that money, that's what somebody can be able to. You know how much they buy
Focus is not on them.
So for them to be able to leave. I job in fellow local government. Go and buy life the Banana Island. You can imagine how much it's getting.
It tells you
That's
something.
what I'm talking about now.
It tells a story.
You want to be able to live there and come and buy a house. You understand that?
I understand.
We don't know his salary, so it definitely is not from salary. Definitely is from something else.
It has to be allocation. Whether you spill it out or not.
Of course.
It's no longer at
They said the witch cried yesterday.
problems.
What is it? The witch cried yesterday. The child died today.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that the witch that cried yesterday. That killed the child today. So if you have not ever bought a house in Banana Island in your life, and you became a chairman one day, and in less than a year you bought a house in Banana Island, or it's not telling us something.
It tells a story that is very clear.
This is from this thing you are getting from here that allows you to get that. So
But real quick, let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper this
From the
morning.
Vanguard newspaper, from the big story here says 2027 PDP faction to hold talks with Obi and Atiku. It says that the ADC turn says who in Atiku Obi to where? That's a question mark there. It's ready to work with like minds to rescue Nigeria. ADC, not PDP, is way forward. Atiku's camp, PDP is in crisis. Can't who obedient movement. And I also have here say that bandits, headsmen kill 9 farmers, national park operatives in Oyo and Benue State. And then other small stories on top of it says that Nigeria records 12 trillion naira, trade surplus 21%, non-oil export growth, and that's by the federal government. And saying here underneath says Obi is surest bet for ADC. That's according to Wodo. And heavy taxes, low wages, rising debt, threat to nation stability, and that's by NLC. And 2027 says Obi's ex-running mate Baba Ahmed declares presidential ambition. And underneath very quickly says the money laundering charge, ex-AGF Malami's son, wife secure 1.5 billion naira bail. And here says the EFCC raises alarm over alleged campaigns of calumny against it. And in sports on page 32 of the Vanguard newspaper says Super Eagles stew is on paid bonuses crisis again. Sean trading ahead of qualifiers. And that's all, about that. Let's move to...
do we move to the cartoon of the day and see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the Business Day?
I'd love to jump on that, but let's just take cartoon of the day.
Look, we don't even have time. I mean, what more can we say about the PDP faction?
Oh, I mean, it's always unfolding problem every now and then.
Exactly.
And then the faction now, the one led by Lamin Suraki, he's trying to who Atiku to be. Well, some of them cannot get the tickets in APC. So one of them, if one of
Are you happy? Yeah, go ahead.
The one that couldn't get the tickets,
yeah,
is likely what they're going to who. Don't forget, Wike Factor is still there. The Wike faction is there. This is the faction of Saminu Turaki, the governor, and then led by the governor of Bauchi State and the governor of Oyo State, Bala Mohammed. So they are the ones that's trying to be able to see that if any one of them does not get the tickets, how can they woo them back to PDP? Even though there are serious consideration in place that Makinde may actually be the one to get the ticket.
But really?
Makinde?
Wow.
PDP.
Wow. But which means that's your net.
It makes you swiping with Mark Capital that they are Johnny men. Always, he's a Johnny man, always struggling.
Johnny man.
Yeah, he's just moving from one party to another.
But he's been in Labour.
Labour now, he's now in ADC.
No, that's your net is...
No, he's talking about Obi.
Peter Obi.
Oh,
so he was the vice presidential candidate to...
Of course.
So he's declared his presidential ambition yesterday now.
Yeah,
that he's able to pick up that from. And then we'll definitely be ready to be able to contest against
the politics and the politics of Nigerian elections.
We are going to see
quite interesting.
A whole lot of that.
A whole lot, actually. It will keep unfolding. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. I think I saw something interesting. Is it oil drug or something like that? That's the description of this one. It says, I think, oil drug. So we see something like a cage.
A cage.
Yes, and then obviously you know that is inside that cage, and then you know that is on top of that. In the oil from the container.
Go in Venezuelan oil.
Very generous.
Take everything to his field.
And then his cage is looking
yeah, you can you see these guys? Can you see
Thank you very much for this. So I mean, just be able to give us that idea.
Oh my God.
You can see how the appetite of chalk. Oh my God, this is big.
Yeah, big appetite. You couldn't even hide.
I
got to say long.
True. I need to take a happy share of this.
Shout out to our cartoonist Asuko as well as Opara on that lovely cartoon. But that's why we leave it this morning on the newspaper review segment. Up next is Business Morning with Destiny Momo. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere. Good morning. You're still watching the breakfast show on Business Day Television. Now, this is a Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details. The Naira on Wednesday climbed to a record high of 1,418.26 Naira against the dollar in the official foreign exchange market, marking its strongest level since the introduction of the electronic foreign exchange matching system, as Nigeria's external reserves continued their steady ascent. Now, data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the local currency appreciated by 8.2% year on year, strengthening to 1,418.26 Naira on Wednesday, compared with 1,534.16 Naira recorded in the same period in 2025 at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. Now, the Naira also traded flat at 1,490 Naira per dollar in the parallel market, unchanged from the levels recorded on both Monday and Tuesday, the first two trading days of the week. According to reports, the stable pricing across both markets reflects a continued easing of pressure and improved liquidity conditions. And meanwhile, Governor Seyi Makinde has said the attack on a national park office in a local village, Orire local government area, which left 5 forest guards dead, was carried out by bandits who crossed into Oyo State from outside its borders. The Oyo State governor described the incident as a criminal attack, confirming that it resulted in the deaths of 5 officers of the National Park Service while on duty. And Makinde said preliminary findings by security agencies showed that the attackers entered the state to carry out the operation, and the security agencies were working jointly to contain the situation and prevent further violence. Now, the governor urged the residents, particularly those in Orire and other border communities, to remain calm and cooperate with security operatives. And also, Dati Baba Ahmed, running mate to Peter Obi in the 2023 presidential election, on Wednesday in Abuja declared his intention to run for the 2027 presidential election on the platform of the Labour Party. Ahmed, who had earlier indicated his interest in contesting the presidency while addressing a few supporters at a Labour Party function, said he was fully prepared for the battle ahead. Ahmed's declaration, however, came about a week after Peter Obi left the Labour Party for the African Democratic Congress. And while addressing party supporters, Ahmed noted that his political ambition was not tied to that of Peter Obi. And now, to end the news, the U.S. has seized a Russian-flagged vessel in the North Atlantic linked to Venezuelan oil. Now, the White House also say it apprehended a second tanker in the Caribbean in a back-to-back boarding of 2 Ghost Fleet ships. According to the Defense Ministry, the United Kingdom military also supported the U.S. operation to seize the tanker in the Atlantic and the Marinero with air surveillance and a Navy ship. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the Mariner's crew will be brought to the U.S. for prosecution if necessary, while Russia's foreign ministry earlier said the U.S. must not hamper their return. All right, now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will bring you the first conversation and our first guest on Business Morning. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the breakfast show of Business Day Television. Now let's go straight to the first conversation of the day, talking about artificial intelligence and the future of global powers. Now, artificial intelligence is rapidly reshaping the balance of global power, redefining how nations compete economically, militarily, and technologically, from defense systems to economic strategy. Experts are saying that artificial intelligence is no longer just a tool of innovation. It is a strategic asset. Our report examines how artificial intelligence is influencing the future of global dominance. Artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most powerful forces shaping the 21st century world order. Once confined to research labs and consumer technology, AI is now central to national security, economic competitiveness, and geopolitical influence. Major global powers are investing billions of dollars to gain an edge in AI development, viewing it as critical to future leadership. From predictive analytics and autonomous weapons systems to cyber defense and intelligence gathering, AI is transforming how government protects borders and projects power beyond them. However, the race for artificial intelligence dominance is also raising serious concerns. Experts warn of widening inequalities between nations with advanced AI infrastructure and those left behind, potentially deepening global power imbalances. Cybersecurity, data control, and ethical governance are now at the center of diplomatic discussions as governments seek to prevent misuse while maintaining a competitive edge. Now, with artificial intelligence now a defining factor in global influence, experts say the decisions made today will shape international relations for decades to come. And now, joining us on Unravel Global Powers and AI is Ross Wilcox. He is the CEO, Artifacts AI, and also the chair of Policy Committee, American Society for Artificial Intelligence. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You join us this early. Now, very quickly, talking about global governance of artificial intelligence, how can world leaders build a unified global framework for artificial intelligence and governance without actually stifling innovation or even deepening geopolitical rivalry?
So the short answer right now is that they can't, at least not in the way that they're trying. Everyone wants to negotiate AIs just like what we did with nuclear weapons, where countries get around the table, draft frameworks, collect signatures, but at the end of the day, nuclear weapons need billion-dollar enrichment facilities and structural engineering. AI, all it needs is a laptop and an internet connection. So in China, they don't really debate AI policy across thousands of independent jurisdictions. They have one system that coordinates everything. Where if you look at the American system, the Americans have over 89,000 local governments in 50 states that couldn't even coordinate and share hospital data during COVID. So what we need to do is we need to forget what global agreements will be, and I'm confident, at least in the short term, that they're never going to come. However, that doesn't mean we don't have an opportunity. We can build systems where transparency is automatic. The technologists can bake transparency and ethics into architectures that are not dependent on laws that move slower than technology. But that doesn't mean to say that governments don't have a role. I envision in the coming years, you'll start to see something pop up like an OPEC or an IAEA, where at least there is conversations going on around what is a common law around AI. We have that for all traditional norms across the world. For example, if I murder someone in Nigeria, it's going to have a very similar sentence if I do that in China or the United States, right? So there's a base level playing field that is still being established that diplomats are working on, and I'm confident will be coming in the coming years.
You know, that's very intense. Now, talking about artificial intelligence and national security, what do you think are the most significant AI-driven threats to national and global security, and how should governments prepare for them today?
So I want to forget the killer robots and the Terminators. I think everyone has this vision that AI is going to come and dominate humanity. That's not the case. Where the Pentagon's worried about autonomous weapons, Congress in the United States is holding hearings about deep fakes. However, the actual threat is already being deployed, and it's around misinformation and errant truth. We've hit a point where you really can't verify what's real. I'm sure the viewers have been on the internet where they can see that any video can be faked, but more importantly, any authentic video can be dismissed as fake. And as we go into these large language models like ChatGPT and Claude, you start to lose what I call cognition. How do you know what's true? How do you infer what is actual truth versus sufficient pattern matching? And that's not a future problem, it's right now. But here's what nobody in Washington is talking about. China's surveillance is visible. We know that there are essentially guardrails on what you can talk about on DeepSeek. And at the end of the day, you know you're being watched. You know what you can say, what you cannot say, and you can resist strategically. However, in America, through American AI, these systems are quietly assessing you. They're creating psychological profiles, they're engaging on behavior to drive clicks, and at the end of the day, they're shaping what you see, slowly nudging how you think, and you have no idea what's happening. So I want to beg the question, which is more dangerous? The one where you know what's happening and can resist, or the invisible one? I would argue the invisible one, because you can't fight what you can't see. So what's happening in governments right now, they need to take AI transparency seriously, not in terms of how you develop the technology, but rather how do you educate large swaths of your society to understand what is true and what is not true. So as we start to get to AI in national security and global power, we have to be cognizant if we are relying on information generated by AI, can we trust it? Is there traceability? Right now, that's a big question that's being hotly debated and something to look at in the coming months.
All right, thank you for that. Now, talking about economic power and inequality, right? With artificial intelligence will it narrow or widen the economic gap between developed and developing nations? And what strategic actions do you think leaders can take to avoid a global artificial intelligence divide?
That's a good question. And this is a hotly debated topic called AI sovereignty. So a nation should have sovereignty on how it operates over its own laws, over its own data, and its own technology. And that should be at the fundamental basis. Right now, we're encountering what I call digital colonialism, which is essentially the powers, the great powers of the world, such as the United States and China, coming into the developing world and saying, hey, we have technology. We can allow you the use of our technology for certain incentives. So certain countries in the global south are adopting China's AI, where it's a free technology, it works in their language, promises independence from America. And this sounds great. However, my question is, when you adopt such technologies, who controls the information that is going to build your schools and hospitals? What data is going to be transmitted between these great powers? There is a substantive level of surveillance capabilities that don't disappear because you have like a customized interface for your AI architecture. So you have to be very cognizant of the information you're giving to a great power, whether that's China or the United States, as you are essentially building this digital infrastructure. At the end of the day, you can think of this is that you're farming someone else's land. You can work hard, you can be productive, but you're still a tenant farmer. You just picked a different landlord. However, developing countries have a very, very powerful opportunity because there's about 85% of the world that has been untouched in terms of data. Think of all of the countries out there that don't have strong written digital records, that have local issues that America or China doesn't know about. These present opportunities for developing countries to develop coordinated internal systems that use AI to solve these very, very challenging problems that are unique to that culture, and then can spread outwards. So at the end of the day, real independence means owning the foundation, your own compute, your own data systems, and your own AI. That's very expensive right now. However, as AI becomes more democratized, as infrastructure becomes scaled out, sovereignty will be a key tenement for any nation looking to deploy AI. Everything else is dependency dressed up as partnerships. But however, the actual ethics and the sovereign behavior of a nation should be espoused in the digital infrastructure that it is developing, irrespective whether it is sourcing information and infrastructure from the United States or China or Europe.
Talking about artificial intelligence in government decision making, right? To what extent should AI systems be trusted in shaping public policy, defense, healthcare, and justice? And where must human judgment remain non-negotiable?
Everywhere. I think that human judgment has to be present at any stage of using AI to make a decision. In the technical space, you call this human in the loop. And at the end of the day, what we want to do is we don't want to ask whether we should trust AI in government. We should always have a lens that AI, at least right now, is a first draft that requires human oversight. A first draft that allows us to understand what is the impact on policy. Is this a good policy? How we might be able to change it. But we should not just say, hello, ChatGPT, write a policy for the state of Massachusetts and be done with it. However, we can ask the question that's a little bit deeper, and instead we can ask how AI can make government actually work for regular people. Right now, in the United States, if you want to understand why your city denied a permit for a new building or a new restaurant or changed your zoning, you need lawyers that are charging $500 an hour and weeks to wade through thousands of pages. And at the end of the day, that's not democracy. That's gatekeeping dressed up as a process. However, AI can change this. If you can give a city council the same analytical power that McKinsey sells to Fortune 500 companies, where you can give regular citizens the same information that lobbyists have, imagine the power that can democratize information through the use of technology. And at the end of the day, AI does the analysis. The humans make the value judgments. AI shows you the map, humans decide where you go. So it's not necessarily an inherent trust in AI. We should always be skeptical of anything generated by AI and say, does this map pass the human in the loop test? However, AI integrated into democratic technological systems can empower democracy through information flow, leading to better policies, personalized policies, and at the end of the day, making people's lives better.
Happening between Venezuela and the United States right now, right? How do you want to talk about global powers' influence? Do you want to say that AI has a part to play in the findings of the United Nations, or the United States, I beg your pardon, to everything that transpired in Venezuela right now?
Yes. So if we take a look at what's going on in Venezuela, I see this as a culmination of great power conflict that's just starting to begin. Many people right now talk about AI in terms of the industrial revolution or the agricultural revolution. What I'm seeing is AI being able to reshape societies in such a way that just transforms how humans interact with each other. And some of the first cases of this is going to be the use of AI in conflict. So if we take a look at what's going on in Venezuela right now, it has to deal with Chinese presence with the Belt and Road Initiative. 10 hours before President Maduro was captured by the United States, he actually met with a Chinese delegation regarding the Belt and Road Initiative. So the global South in South America is going to be very, very dependent on technologies coming out of either the United States or China. The United States is seeking to create a hegemonic dominance in the area. That means using AI for information flow, for infrastructure, and to understand global powers, such as oil markets, such as technological markets, such as infrastructure markets. China has the same play. They have a series of digital belt and road initiatives that is going on in South America. And you'll start to see, I believe, Brazil start to move towards move forward towards China for technological adoption. So we have to think about every time that there's a great power conflict, what was the role of AI in it? What was the role of digital dominance in this? It's not to say that AI was solely used throughout this process or that technology was the primary driver, but the two are inseparable. There always are going to be special interests from either side of the party of saying, how do we dominate AI infrastructure in regions that are concerning to us in our spheres of influence?
So much for that, Ross. Now, talking about the regulation versus innovation, right? How can governments regulate AI responsibly while ensuring their countries remain globally competitive in artificial intelligence research and deployment?
So this is the challenging aspect I'm encountering right now. Most AI regulation being written is worse than useless. It's actively counterproductive. Part of the reason is because there are not technologists strongly present in the legislative process. Now, I've made my career reading these bills. They require companies to document training data that doesn't exist for models trained on the entire internet. Definitions so broad they regulate your Excel spreadsheet you're making. They mandate fairness without acknowledging the mathematicians have proven different definitions of fairness are mutually exclusive. And this is the thing that kills me. AI capabilities change every few minutes, every few months. Legislation takes years to draft, pass, and implement. Democracy is slow, and it's slow for a reason. However, by the time rules take effect, you're already regulating the equivalent of a Model T, while Ford is shipping autonomous vehicles. Every regulation should pass 3 tests, in my opinion. And I'm going to take this from the American perspective. Does it make American workers more competitive? Does it speed up innovation or slow it down? Can it actually keep at pace with technology? And if not, you're creating compliance theater while China races ahead. Now, that's not to say that there should not be substantive guardrails around AI. The EU is doing work on AI ethics, and they originally had their AI Act that is still being hotly debated on balancing innovation with regulation. So it's not to say that there are no threats or no concerns to come out that AI has to be that. Let me rephrase that. Sorry. It's not to say that there are not inherent threats to with artificial intelligence. However, the rate at which development is happening is surpassing the rate at which we can legislate. So there has to be new processes to understand the risks around implementation of AI while our policymakers are going through the democratic process.
When on ethics bias, and accountability, right? When AI systems cause harm through bias or misuse, who do you think should be held accountable? The developer, the deployer, or the state? Who?
Question. And when AI causes harm, everyone wants someone to blame. Developers, the companies deploying it, government? The answer is all of them, but for different failures. But here's what actually matters more than assessing blame. Right now, AI can discriminate against you easily. It can deny you a loan. It can filter out your job application for no reason, reject you for an apartment, and you will never know it happened. Disclosure, that's key. The first step of solving this problem is to ensure that someone knows that AI was involved in some form of decision making. No explanation of why, no way to appeal right now because it's not present. My application for health insurance could be denied through a model that I have no understanding of. So before we spend years arguing about liability frameworks, who to blame, which ethics to choose on whether I should choose a Kantian or a Humean ethic in terms of my interpretation, we need to solve the visibility problem. People have to know when AI is affecting their lives. Transparency doesn't fix everything, I admit it. But without it, accountability is impossible and you have emotional legislation. You can't fix what you can't see. So as we start to look at bias, accountability, and ethics, let's first tackle the easier of the problem and say, let's have transparency on how a decision was made. And let's have appeals processes that actually go to human in the loops to make that decision.
Right. I really do appreciate your analysis so far. But then again, talking about future of jobs, how should world leaders redesign education systems and labor policies to actually prepare citizens for large-scale AI-driven workforce disruption?
That's a great question. And let me be direct for right now. I'm not going to talk about artificial superintelligence or artificial generalized intelligence that other experts are saying are coming in the near future. I'm going to tackle what's happening right now. AI is not going to take your job. However, someone who knows how to use AI is going to take entire departments' jobs. I could go to a mid-sized company and say, you're spending $10 million on your marketing team right now. As an AI expert, I can do that job for $2 million, shave off your overhead, do it faster, better, and not require employer benefits. So this is the economy we're going into. We need to create AI first workers. Now in China, since 2017, they've had standards in educations. Kids get to learn with AI starting in elementary school. Teachers get trained first, then students. And then by graduation, they are collaborating with AI as natural as a calculator. In America, a federal court just upheld punishing a student for using AI in homework. They called it academic dishonesty. And now that's a problem because now there's legal precedent. We are actively training our kids in America to fear technology that will define their entire careers. Meanwhile, China is training theirs to master it. So if we want to do the math, 1.4 billion people are working to learn how to use AI versus 330 million people right now who are learning to avoid it in our education system. If you take a look at how to re-educate, there are a variety of models out there that don't just come from the United States or China. I believe that Singapore recently enacted a law that allows for retraining of those who have been displaced with AI if they're above the age of 50. So we don't just think about how to retrain our youth. We have to think about how do we train at scale our entire society, whether this is through alternative education programs, whether this is through incentives, because at the end of the day, AI is a tool to turn human ingenuity into a superhuman feat. I can do my job 100 times more efficiently with artificial intelligence and retain my own thoughts, my own work, and my own ability to problem solve. We need to teach students, we need to teach our community members how to use technology to further their lives, be able to interact with these systems at scale to solve problems faster and more effectively, and at the end of the day, use AI to remove the monotony of the day of looking for paperwork, trying to solve problems, doing database queries, and actually get down to solving the hard problems that we can solve as humans embedded with AI systems.
My very last question to you this morning is, right, okay, now, looking beyond immediate gains, what long-term risk and opportunities does advanced AI pose to humanity? And then what decisions must leaders make now to shape a safe future? All right, just give me a brief answer to this because of time.
Yeah, so the Terminators are not coming. I'm not going to go down the road of what I call the Terminator fallacy of saying AI and robots are going to take over the world. The long-term human impact is that AI has the potential to bring us together. It can scale across languages, it can help us understand cultures, and it can actually improve democratic outcomes. And at the end of the day, that's the hope that I have. However, the decisions we make in the next 5 years are going to determine whether AI serves humanity or humanity serves AI. After that window closes, the dependency may be too deep. So what we need to think about and what our legislatures and our government officials have to think about right now is we're not preparing for some future threat. The battle lines are being drawn right now, today, and most people don't even know what's happening. So let's ensure that we're using AI to empower all voices in our communities, use AI to empower democracy and empower global collaboration at scale we've not seen, and good will come out of that.
I want to thank you so much for joining us here on Business Money. Now we've been talking to Ross Wilcox. He is the returning Davos Speaker 2024-2025. And he's also the AI Council Chair, United World Leaders. And he is the CEO Artifex AI. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning. We really appreciate your angle on global artificial intelligence issues. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you, you as well.
Business Morning will be right back after this break to take our second conversation. Don't forget, you're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. We'll be right back.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to Business Morning, and this is our second conversation talking about building resilient digital infrastructure, the backbone of economic growth and innovation. Now, digital infrastructure is fast becoming the lifeline of modern economies, powering everything from financial services and healthcare to education and national security. But as demand for connectivity grows, experts warn that gaps in infrastructure could slow innovation and even widen inequality. Now, our report examines why building resilient digital systems is now a national priority. In today's digital-first world, broadband networks, data centers, cloud computing, and even secure digital platforms are no longer optional. They are essential. From mobile banking and e-commerce to remote learning and telemedicine, digital infrastructure underpins daily life and economic activity. Analysts say countries with strong digital foundations are better positioned to attract investment, create jobs, and compete globally. However, in many developing economies, access remains uneven. Rural communities continue to struggle with poor connectivity, while aging infrastructure in urban areas faces pressure from rising data demand. Now, governments are now being urged to strike a balance between regulation and innovation, creating policies that attract private investment while protecting users and national data. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, 5G, and smart cities are also raising the stakes. Experts warn that without future-ready infrastructure, nations could miss out on the next wave of digital transformation. And now joining us is Temitope Oshunrinde. He is the Executive Director, Africa Hyperscalers Company. Good morning, Temitope.
Good morning, Destiny, and great to be here. And that was a very impressive introduction.
Good morning once again and Happy New Year. So now very quickly, what do you think is a digital infrastructure and how critical is it to national economic growth and global competitiveness?
Okay, thank you for the question. And I think this question is very germane to what we're seeing across the world today. But I'll start with the basics. What is digital infrastructure? So digital infrastructure is simply the backbone of the modern society that we have today. And we'll classify digital infrastructure into two broad classes: connectivity, which deals with how we're connected. So subsea cables. We just heard about 2 months ago that South Africa completed its very long subsea cable that was delivering about 180 Tbps. And then from subsea, we're now going to the middle mile and last mile. Middle mile is metro fiber networks that take that subsea capacity from the shores and bring it into the country. And then last mile, that fiber that extends it into your house and your offices. And then you also have other complementary technologies. You have towers, you have internet You have towers, you have IX exchanges, you have data centers, you have cloud and power. I'll quickly liken this backbone to the physical infrastructure that we see today. Roads and bridges. Let's imagine there's a road from the north down to the south. What does that road do? It enables easier passage of goods and services. Because goods and services are able to come down from the north, they are cheaper. We're able to reduce wastage, product wastage. Right now, we hear that about 50% of products are wasted. We're able to reduce that. We're able to take that out. We're able to reduce cost of goods. We're able to improve accessibility, and obviously reduce accidents. And that is why digital infrastructure is also very key. It may be non-obvious, but it enables everything that we do today. Improves productivity for financial service providers, for fintechs, for manufacturing, for government, for healthcare, and so on. Reduces cost of doing business, improves inclusion because now we have more people who are connected and connect the internet, connects people to people, people to businesses, people to governments. And really, it's a very strong competitive advantage. The more digitally sound your nation is, the better you are. And I'll quickly liken this to the to Dangote, who has also increased capacity for oil infrastructure. So prior to what he did, we saw that we used to import refined petrol. But now, because he has invested in domestic refining infrastructure, today we're not only refining for exports, we're also able to preserve forex that would have otherwise have spent. So those are some of the benefits that infrastructure really provides, because it delivers jobs, it saves forex, it delivers innovation, and ultimately helps us better competitive in the global scene.
That's a very brilliant delivery on that particular question, right? Now, from a digital infrastructure perspective, what is the status today in Nigeria, and where are the gaps?
So using the same analogy I used earlier, so there are two broad corollaries of infrastructure. You have connectivity, you have data centers. So in terms of connectivity, I've talked about to Africa and the subsea first mile capacity. You have many operators playing in that space. There's Equano, there's to Africa backed by Meta, and it's actually a consortium of many providers. There is Main One, there is MTEM, there is Glow, there's ACE, there are about 8+ providers. Together, they bring about 360 TBps of capacity into Nigeria. And that makes Nigeria one of the top 3 of subsea capacity dropped at the shores of the country. So that is one. However, I talked about the middle mile and last mile. That part capacity is where we still have a problem, because currently we still have, across Nigeria, it's estimated it's about 35,000, 40,000 kilometers. Operators say it could be actually more than 50,000 because a lot of them build. Again, that's also a challenge there because a lot of them duplicate routes. And I'll give you an instance. So if you live in Ikoyi or you live in VI, you see fiber companies pulling their fiber on your route because it is densely populated, and 2, it is commercial. You're more likely to get your money back. So you have multiple providers laying fiber on the same stretch of roads. One fiber operator, or let's say 2 for redundancy, would have been perfect. But in many roads, many urban roads, you have as much as 7, 8. And that is where that cost of laying multiple would have been deployed into other places. And then currently the estimate say we just crossed about 50% internet penetration, largely mobile. Fixed is actually maybe around 5, not up to 10%. Data center capacity is also increasing, but it's still small compared to the population. We estimate that we have about between 85 to 100 megawatts of capacity. There are many operators who are existing digital realities in Nigeria, Equinix, They have about 8 megawatts. They're building about 2 megawatts this year. Rack Center has about 12 megawatts. MTN has about 4.5 currently, and there are more coming. So we expect over the next 24 months, maybe about another 150, 200 megawatts realistically coming in. And then the gaps really, I've talked about the metro, the middle mile and last mile. We need to invest a bit more in that. And what are the challenges that operators face? Across the country, policy permits hinder operators from rolling out because there are some things. Obviously, there is a high rate of way costs across the country. Some charge the NCC and the NGF at some point aligned around 145 naira per km. But now we see states that are charging, some of them charge more than 10,000 per km. Obviously, if you're an operator and want to go into a state, you have to look at many things. You have to look at the cost of rollout. You have to look at the people you're rolling out for. Is there buying power for you to be able to get your profit back, for you to even get your capital back? Is there sustainability? We also have to look at infrastructure vandalism, which is one of the biggest issues today. If you check over the last few weeks, if you check the papers, you see one issue of MTN complain about vandalism. You have multiple fiber cuts. Generally, it's an industry issue, and not just MTN. Every operator has suffered fiber cuts at some point. And most of this could be sabotage, could be roadworks, and so on. And then we also have a low digital skills gap. If we're able to address these things, densify fiber backbone, improve connectivity networks, build more fiber, more metro builds, more last mile expansion, we will be able to skill people more. We'll be able to address a lot of these gaps. Fortunately, there are ongoing projects by the federal government. There's a 90,000 kilometer project bridge that is supposed to connect all local governments in Nigeria, and obviously serve as a backbone. Other operators can use it, and so on. And then there is also the 3MTT, the 3 million training by the federal government to train 3 million tech talents. Those are some things we think that are already ongoing. And we hope that as 2026 comes on stream, we'll be able to do a lot more in that regard to close very quickly those gaps.
Okay. Now, having said that, right, I wanted us to know, where are the opportunities in Nigeria today? Where are the opportunities in Nigeria today? Talking about digital infrastructure, where are the opportunities in Nigeria today?
So we are very advantaged by, one, the size of the population, 200 plus million people. We're very advantaged by the fact that we lead West Africa from a cluster standpoint. It will be easier for us to attract FDI and then serve as a natural cluster, a natural hub for the region. Already, notes that I mentioned that we have a 360 TBS capacity, internet capacity on the shores. And that makes us a top 3 in Africa after South Africa, Egypt, and again, then us as top 3. And then we have over 90 plus megawatt capacity. You see that there's a demand. There's a definitely demand for connectivity. We're currently on this call. You are using internet where you are. I'm using internet where I am. And then replicate this across many meetings that are happening today. Many students that want to join courses online. Many people, many patients that want to access healthcare by telemedicine. There's so much opportunity. But now, how do we do that? We need to quickly address the connectivity gaps. Ensure that we bridge, we build more connectivity, more towers, more satellites, however, as we deem fit, especially for rural areas. And then we also need to talk around data sovereignty. On this Zoom call, on every Zoom call, there's always somewhere that says this Zoom call is being processed something from data centers in Netherlands. So that means this call that both of us are having, we are in Nigeria, we are both in Lagos, but this Zoom call is being processed in Netherlands. That should help us think that why is this call being processed in Netherlands? Why, if not in Nigeria, why not anywhere in Africa? So we need to begin to see, okay, how do we bring some of this critical data back in country? build more, invest in more local data centers, main compute local data centers, edge data centers that bring the benefits of connectivity closer to users. So obviously, we need to set up more internet exchanges across the country. And then currently, the uses for cloud, for data centers that are largely cloud and AI, and usually the financial services and manufacturing, there are a lot of benefits there. There are a lot of use cases there. So we need to bring more data centers to sort of adopt that. And then obviously expansion of sharing ecosystems. I've talked about the internet exchanges, power and solutions tailored to digital infrastructure providers, funding. I think funding is one of the biggest issues for the industry. Talk about project bankability. If I invest, and GFIs, every investor is looking, if I invest this money, when am I going to get it back? How am I going to get it back? So we need to create more incentives for investors to bring in money, whether it's a DFI or local capital. We have a lot of local capital is likely untapped. Pension funds across Africa, pension funds and then sovereign wealth funds are supposed to be close to about $1 trillion. Nigeria, I know pension funds as last year, they were clearly over 21 billion naira. But now, how do we take a portion of these pension funds and begin to invest in local infrastructure, invest in local ISPs and building fiber, invest in operators who are building towers? Because that way we can ensure that we push the broadband envelope further across the country. And then really, the defining shift that I believe will happen this year is coordination. One of the things I talked about earlier is operators are building largely in silos. Everybody builds, in some cases, along the same corridor. But if there's coordination and alignment, we're able to work together, we share the same infrastructure and collaborate on more builds and co-builds, then we're able to faster and very quickly expand infrastructure, similar to what we had with the subsea, where consortiums are the ones that are building subsea cables. To Africa is not just Meta. There are a bunch of other companies that collaborate to build to Africa. And then that is the model we also need to see extending connectivity into the country, addressing the power gaps, addressing data center gaps. And this really will help us build resilience as a country and help us compete better economically.
Awesome. Now, what role should the government play versus the private sector in funding, building, and maintaining digital infrastructure?
I think they're very clear roles. So the government's role is an enabler. Government's role is to create an enabling environment for investors to come in. Clear regulation, policy stability. You want to be sure that when you're bringing in money, there's clarity. You know you get this money back when you're supposed to get it back. Efficient permitting, remove the hurdles, the limits, the limit operators. Every state now there's one charge. Every day there's always one spurious charge that is coming from one state. Whether there's a generator charge or a mass charge or one charge, all those things. I think the government needs to see that telcos, digital infrastructure operators are not cash cows. They are partners for progress. So that's the government part. Ensure that you protect infrastructure after we've built it, ensure that it's protected, and so on. The government, the private operators are ready to invest. They're ready to, obviously, they are more profit-oriented. They're ready to invest where they see that there's a pool. But they need to see that investment, that there is the environment to stimulate that investment. So they're ready to bring in funds, they're ready to innovate, they're ready to expand, they're ready to roll out infrastructure. But across the country, across states, there needs to be an enabling environment. And then for rural areas where the commercial model isn't quite determined, for instance, if I'm an operator and I want to roll out in Sokoto, for instance, but then the buying power, the average revenue per user may be lower than in Lagos. The cost of deploying, a lot of times people don't know that the cost of deploying in rural areas is higher than the cost of deploying in urban centers because there are many things that come up. If operators can get a bit of incentives, USPF funds, that's Universal Service Provisioning Fund, subsidies to sort of bring in to enable people to come and invest. And then that will really be a major role. And I think those are the clear roles that government and private operators. Private operators will bring in funds, innovate, but government needs to create an enabling environment for them to thrive.
Last question we have for you this morning, Mr. Ashurinde, is what policy reforms and long-term digital infrastructure investments do you think are most critical to accelerating growth and future-proofing the economy?
Okay, so first, government should not see operators as cash cows. Reduce permitting hurdles, enable people build as they're commercially led, reduce right-of-way costs. We need to begin to enforce a dig one policy. There is some of that, but it's not really replicated across the board. We need to ensure that we are encouraging operators to share infrastructure. We need to create frameworks that enable them, incentives, and government can play a role. Plus, the private operators obviously can play a role in doing that. Regulatory clarity for capital, for long-term capital. If I'm going to invest, there needs to be some clarity over I'll get this money back and when I'll get this money back commercially. Critical infrastructure needs to be protected. So currently today, anybody can dig up, and that's actually what happens today. Area boys can attack infrastructure, vandalize, and in some cases they use that to extort. There's thefts. We need to criminalize sabotage, clear sabotage of critical national infrastructure, because there is a policy actually that designates them as critical national infrastructure. It's just the implementation that we need to work better on in 2026, especially as we start Project Bridge, which is a grander backbone, 90,000 kilometers. And then we need to improve power. Nigeria currently has about 5,000 kilowatts power, and then one data center in some cases doing 2 megawatts, 10 megawatts outside Nigeria. Outside Africa, we're seeing data center announcements of 1 gigawatt. So obviously we need to see how we can balance power and balance data center and balance the energy resources. And then we need to invest more in scaling, cybersecurity, digital skills, regional data centers. And obviously we need to strengthen IX-based internet exchanges. One of the things we see is, like I mentioned earlier, this scroll is being processed from data centers in Netherlands, but we are both on this scroll, we're both using local internet networks. If there was a bit of peering at the internet exchange, and when Zoom, for instance,
I'm afraid I have to cut you off there because of time. It's been a very insightful conversation. You have intelligently, super intelligently, actually outlined everything we need to know about digital infrastructure. Yes, we've been talking to Mr. Tommy Takpaya Ashurinde, and he's been talking on the topic building resilient digital infrastructure. We want to thank you so much for your time. He is Executive Director, Africa Hyperscalers Company. Thank you for joining us, Tommy Takpaya Ashurinde, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
For Business Money today, thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Money on the Breakfast Show of Business Day Television. Have a great day.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layouts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And welcome to the big story right here on Business Day Television. I'm Elizabeth Musa. At the start of every new year, many Nigerians sit down to plan their finances. They draw up budgets, they set savings goals, and make spending resolutions. But then reality sets in. Prices change almost weekly, incomes remain largely fixed, unexpected expenses are the norm. So this morning, I'm asking a simple but uncomfortable question. Does budgeting still make sense in an expensive economy like ours, or has it become an exercise in frustration? Well, joining me this morning, I've got Aisha Adedeji. She's a wealth manager and financial educator, and she joins me to break down this conversation this morning. Welcome to the show, Aisha.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's good to see you this morning. Happy New Year, firstly. Let me say Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you too.
Right. When people hear the word budgeting, often sounds straightforward, organized. Some people even find it as a reassuring statement. But in today's Nigeria, how realistic is budgeting for the average person?
Well, okay, let's define what budgeting is. Budgeting is a plan of how your money comes in and how your money goes out. So that means that anybody can budget. Whether you're a single person, you're earning 200K, or you're a family earning 2 million, budgeting is more about how you allocate the money. So I think budgeting is realistic, but only if it reflects your reality. Not, you can't follow a textbook that says, oh, put 50% of your money into investments, because that's not everybody's reality. They may not be able to do that. One thing about budgeting is budgeting can't create more income for you, but what budgeting is supposed to do is supposed to stop money from leaking into things that don't matter. It's supposed to force you to prioritize where your money goes. And then if you have limited income, it makes sure that that money is spent intentionally and not based on emotion, not based on, oh, I want a new pair of shoes, so I'm going to purchase them. So in today's Nigeria, it is realistic, but it needs to be flexible.
Inflation, fuel costs, rent, and all of these prices that are constantly shifting, including food prices. Can people truly plan, or is this a case of people just reacting as they go along? Because I can't tell you that I can truly plan. So what do you have to say about that?
So to be honest, people should be doing both. So when you're planning for the long term. And by long term, I'm saying things like rent, school fees, long-term debt obligations, or an emergency fund saving. Short-term is where you can react. That's where your budget is supposed to be flexible. So that's like your weekly fuel, your weekly spend on food. That is what is allowed to be flexible. So you're actually supposed to be doing both. It's not about fixing numbers. So you're not saying, okay, my budget is this amount for 12 months. Well, what you're supposed to be doing is you're supposed to prioritize what needs to be paid first, so that when prices do change, it's more about the order of your budget. So for example, okay, school fees are priority. Clothes are not priority. So if the price of clothes changes or the price of food changes, you can budget for that. So you can alter your food budget, but you can't alter your rent budget, because your rent is your rent, stuff you need to pay. So really, you're supposed to do both, but long term is what you plan for. Short term should be a bit more flexible. Oh, I can't hear you.
What would you say that indicates about our economy?
I cut out, I couldn't hear you.
Aisha, can you hear me?
I can now.
All right. So my question was that we're hearing more Nigerians saying that they no longer budget monthly, but they now budget weekly. Some even talk about budgeting daily. I'm asking if this is a sign that budgeting itself is failing, or that we're evolving to fit into the economic reality that we have now.
It's not failure, it's evolution. I actually think is better practice. So something that I mentioned earlier is that budgeting is supposed to be flexible. Obviously, for longer term, it's a bit more fixed, but for short term, it's a bit more flexible. So in an economy like ours, which is a bit more unstable, budgeting monthly, it can be unrealistic. Monthly budgeting is looking at the bigger picture. It's looking at big savings goals that you have. Weekly budgeting or daily budgeting for some people looks at controlling your cash. So that's food, that's transport, that's kind of petty, small spending. So I think Nigerians are responding to volatile conditions by budgeting closer to when the money is actually spent. That's not failure. That's evolution, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And in that case, will you say that, what would you say actually breaks the budget first? Is it food in Nigerian homes? Is it transportation? Is it school fees? Is it health expenses? Based on, you know, your experience as a financial educator and also a wealth manager, which of these things breaks the budget first?
Okay, food is first, because food is the easiest price to change. For example, people that sell in the market, they can adjust their prices daily. They can adjust their prices within the same day. And think about restaurants. More and more restaurants require you to scan a barcode before you get the menu. That's for them to be able to change the pricing. They can change the pricing virtually, as opposed to having to print new menus where the prices are there. You'll see that that's becoming more popular or common in restaurants. So food is always first. Secondly, because it's the easiest to do. Secondly, transport. So obviously fuel prices affect buses, deliveries. And then last is school fees and health. So if you're a salaried worker, then you may be fortunate enough that your employer pays for your health-related expenses or sometimes school fees. So that could be covered. But for other people, school fees and health, sometimes it forces you to borrow, or it can damage your future budgets. But those are more, because they're longer term and they're usually larger amounts, they tend to not break the budget immediately. But food can be adjusted like this.
But you know, financial educators like yourself, you often talk about discipline, you often talk about consistency, but in reality, how do you preach discipline really in an environment where, you know, costs are unpredictable, incomes are largely fixed? How do you actually preach this message about discipline in itself?
So it's important to understand that this is not a Nigeria problem. Globally, wages, they lag inflation. That's a global problem. Obviously, in Nigeria, it may be slower, but generally, it's a global issue. So the solution usually is to start early. And that's why, like, for example, for someone like me, I have a financial literacy book for children because I hone in the importance of starting early. Discipline today means knowing what your non-negotiables are. Your non-negotiables are shelter before clothes. Shelter is more important than clothes. So that's what, those things are not, they're not shifting. Discipline means saving before you're spending, not after. Discipline means automating your savings. So one thing about Nigerians are hustlers. If your savings are automated, you will find a way to survive on the remaining of your funds. It will happen. If you try it, just try it. Try and automate your savings first or your investments first, and then manage on what you have. So discipline is more about consistency. It's not perfection. You're not supposed to have it perfect. It's just being consistent. And that's why I think it's really important to automate your savings, automate your investments. Otherwise, you end up just spending.
Right. And if I hear you, I think this would just, you've already answered the question I was going to ask you next about what budgeting should look like. But I think you've already said that. I mean, you should save before you spend and then automate your savings or something like that. But are Nigerians to abandon traditional budgeting methods altogether, or rethink how they apply them, because we think we tend to have like the traditional budgeting methods. I hear of things like, is it 70-30 or 30? You know, we have those percentages. Do you want to say something about that?
So I mentioned earlier that budgeting needs to be flexible. You can't go off a textbook that says, okay, 50% of your money needs to be for needs, 30% is for wants, and 20% is for investing. That is not everybody's reality. So you can't abide by that. Your budget needs to fit your reality. Somebody that is single has fewer expenses than somebody that has 4 children, generally. So Nigerians should never abandon the concept of budgeting, but they need to adjust how they use it. So big expenses like rent, school fees, they can be planned in advance. They can be broken down into smaller monthly payments, or for some people, weekly amounts. But day-to-day spending like food and transport, that should be monitored a bit more frequently, because like I said, the prices change. So budgeting becomes long-term planning for big costs and short-term control for daily spending. So it should not be abandoned entirely, but it needs to be flexible and aligned with your own reality.
Right. And the start of a new year like this, what are some of the biggest budgeting mistakes that Nigerians tend to make, especially under current economic conditions that we're facing? What are some of those biggest budgeting mistakes that Nigerians make, and how would you say we should avoid these mistakes?
Okay, so I think there's 3 mistakes that I see. One is treating your budget as if something that you write once and then you never adjust it. Budgets have to be flexible because economies change, your circumstances may change, prices of things change. Like, you can't just have a static budget. So it needs to be flexible. You can have maybe a static loan, but your shorter term one is not recognizing informal income. Any side jobs, any gifts that you receive from people, dashing, that's an income. So it shouldn't be ignored, and you should include those things in your budget. Another thing is post-December amnesia. People forget how much December really cost them, and they're now scrambling in this early part of the year. So that's why when you're doing your plan, it should include your December budget. Like for someone like me, for example, I know that one thing I spend on is my birthday. So I have a birthday fund. There's a fund that I contribute to every month that is for my birthday. So it's, again, but that's my own reality. It's not everybody else's reality, but it is planned.
Right. I like how you talked about you mentioned birthday. So it's as simple as the things that matter to you. Like, you are advocating for budgeting for all of those things. But I think what most of us do is when it comes to when we get there, then we start planning. Like, we don't plan ahead. So I think that's one thing I'm also going to learn from this. But if you're advising a young professional or a small family who might be watching this morning, what would you say is the most realistic financial goal they must make for 2026?
So it's not always necessary. So I think Nigerians get caught up on, I need more income, I need more money, I need more money. It's not always about what you earn. It's what you do with the money that you do earn. There are some high earners that end up bankrupt because they haven't budgeted well, or they haven't invested, or they just spent. And there are some low earners who have financial understanding, but they've been able to cover their societal shocks because they've planned. But that's not me saying don't try and increase your income, because practically what that looks like is, I don't know, using your skills to earn extra income, strengthening your network. So network is extremely important. I always say your network is your asset class, because Nigeria is a place where you can meet somebody today and it can change your life and your income forever. Not somebody that can save large amounts, then save consistently. Saving small amounts is consistent. You don't have to, no amount is too small. You can have weekly targets, you can have daily targets. Automate things, set up standing orders that go straight into a savings account, for example, or an investment account. And don't wait for perfection. There's no perfect way to budget, but just start. All this, I don't have enough money, just start. and see what happens, as opposed to waiting for, oh, once I earn this amount, I'll start investing. No, you can start investing, you can start saving with what you earn now.
Go. My final question for you this morning will be, obviously, planning does make sense. But what would you say Nigerians need? Would you say Nigerians need an entirely new financial language to survive this economy? Because lots of people are complaining about the economy. I don't know if you don't see that, you don't see a problem with the economy. I don't know your reality, but we're hearing lots of people complain about the economy. So from a financial educative perspective, would you say that Nigerians need an entirely new financial language to survive this economy? Or would you say they must continue what they've been doing in terms of planning?
No, so I think planning still matters. It just needs to be flexible enough to survive price shock. So we all know that our economy, people have different opinions of our economy. I know that there are weaknesses in our economy. Nobody is blind to that. But like I said, it needs to structure your own reality. So for example, if you know that your main focus right now is your rent, speak to somebody that's in finance. Again, network is an asset class. Speak to someone that's in finance and understand, okay, my rent is, a certain amount, let's say 5 million, for example, or 5 million. And you don't need to have that 5 million at the beginning of the year. You can actually have half of that money. And if it's invested in something, by the time you get to the end of the year when it is due, you would have made that from a savings or an investment account or something. So a lot of it is also knowledge. I feel like people just think, oh, the economy is bad, therefore I'm going to give up. No, you can still budget your own reality in the economy that we're in, because there are people doing it. So it is that they have two heads. No, it's not. There are people that are doing it. So I do feel like the traditional way of budgeting in terms of, okay, structuring a certain amount of savings, certain amount, that doesn't work. Your budget needs to be flexible and you need to understand what your priorities are.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Aisha Adedeji, for joining us this morning on The Big Story and for sharing your knowledge with us this morning. It was truly insightful. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Well, thank you for watching The Big Story this morning. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable allow, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with Destiny.
Destiny Mama.
Right, we're here to see what we have on the social media space, what's trending, what people are saying, how Nigerians are reacting to the stories online, and all of those stories. And I'll start off, of course, some of these conversations that Nigerians are engaging with online today. One of them is gaining my attention this morning, and that one is Nollywood actress Regina Daniels, who has been in the news for a while now. Yeah. She did a drug test in the UK, and of course she has publicly shared the results of a voluntary drug test conducted in the United Kingdom, saying that she was tested negative for substances. Now, this comes as she refutes long-standing claims of drug addiction linked to her in our ongoing marital crisis with Senator Ned Nwoko, According to the video and post via official social media handles, she explained that she underwent the test to clear her name, particularly for the sake of her children, supporters, and her own peace of mind. Well, this one has left the social media space about loads and loads of reactions from online saying, oh, thank you for clearing the air, thank you for doing this, thank you for not letting the druggy tag
rub off on her.
Rub off on you. Well, some people are also of the opinion that this is some people are talking about the timing, that obviously like she's let the fizzle out. She has let the drug
Drain
whatever
off her system,
in her system, you know, she's letting fizzle out, like you said, and then she's coming now at a time when obviously
she's clean.
It would seem like she's clean. But then she also did mention in the video, I don't know if you have the video, but she mentioned in the video saying that, oh, she I think she takes Molly and ecstasy, and then some people are saying, so what do you call Molly? Is it not a drug?
You know, the thing is, you know, when something has already gone out to the social media, you do not have much control over it anymore, because the way with which it came out was with so much controversy in the negative light. When during her controversial separation with her older husband, so to speak, but she did also come out to say that yes, she somehow takes the substance on his request, and now coming out to clarify that she came clean in the drug test and all of that one didn't really surprise me. She didn't seem more like an addict. It was something, sometimes maybe she could take, to
recreational.
Something to just spur up the moment, that moment, so to speak, in quotes, right? And then I didn't really judge her or take her for someone that is into drugs and all of that one. But like I said, when something has already found its way into social media, you have to leave it to the social media people to judge it their way, because nobody brought it out. You guys brought it out. So people have to judge it the way they deem necessary or even fit.
It has to, I think we call it the social media court of law. But let's see some of the reactions on the social media space to this story from Regina Daniels and drug taking and whatnot. Dark Yafet says, respectfully, no one owes the public a drug test to prove their worth or motherhood. Your character, parenting and life choices shouldn't be put on trial because of online noise. Clearing your name is your right, but society normalizing public proof like this is the real issue. I agree. Why do you have to come out to prove? Exactly. Black Pope says, LOL, why did she not run the test immediately she was accused of being on drugs? She waited for months, then went for the test, knowing fully well that drugs residue won't be seen in her system anymore. Well, do we have more reactions to this story? Emma Tai says, thank God she brought proof. That's from Emma Tai. Do we have more reactions? I think for me, I would just on this story, I think for me, I would just say stay away from drug abuse, whatever the case. This is just for Nigerians and young people, old people to just stay away from drugs, because it's never the way to go.
It is actually not the way to go, because I, for one, I run away from alcohol, not because it's too bad, to do, but as a person, I just feel I am naturally hyperactive. Now, taking this substance or taking in alcohol will only douse my character. Like, it will make me to behave like someone else, and I don't like anything that makes me not to be myself. So that's my own personal decision. For others that take it, I don't judge them. It's they find something good in it, and it helps a lot of people become more creative as a matter of fact. So that's how it goes.
Stay away from drugs, guys. Well, let's move on now. We've talked from the world of entertainment. Let's talk about a kind gesture that is making the rounds. This one is from the Abia State Governor Alex Oti, after he stopped an inspection process to listen and attend to a jobless man requesting for his assistance. Now, according to reports, Governor Oti immediately referred this man to the mayor of Umuahia North local government area, instructing that he should be well taken care of and offered a job. Now, this has raised massive reactions across social media, with many praising the governor for his humility and his good relationship with his people. Well, that one again, good kind gestures will always get the heart of man.
Of course.
It's never outdated. There's always a way to go.
Governor Oti has been a good example since he, got to that seat, and it's been good all the way. I just want to pray, and I want to expect that he does more in his second tenure, which I know that the people will gladly leave him to do. Right? He's not going to be contesting that seat. It's just for him to still occupy and do more goodness for the state. I just hope it doesn't reduce. When they come like that, it's always, very hot.
Like they say, initial gra-gra.
Yes, initial gra-gra. But then for Governor Oti, you see that it's more of passion for his people, more of, wanting the good and setting a good example. Because according to him, he's already a rich man. So he's not going there to try to amass wealth or any of that. And for the kind gesture, it should be emulated, because as a matter of fact, he is the servant of the state, so he should attend to everyone, both the wealthy, the beggars, and everyone. And for what he did, I want to say kudos to him, and one more time,
especially for offering the man a job. If he just fed him, I would say,
giving
what
him
follows?
fish,
But he offered him a job that he's completely taking him away from the street. So that's beautiful to see. Let's see some of the reactions and see how Nigerians are reacting to this story on social media. Now, that one is from Peeps_Daily. It says, finally, a governor who remembers the power is for people. Re-election is for him, obviously. Do we have more reactions to this story? The Hope says, it's fascinating how a single encounter can reveal both the fragility and the potential of governance. Here we have a man hungry and idle, confronting the governor directly, a situation that could have spiraled into embarrassment, mockery, or bureaucratic inertia. Instead, Governor Oti acted decisively, transferring responsibility to the local authority with a mandate not merely for oversight but for tangible human intervention. The comedy in this is subtle yet poignant. A man's desperation meeting the pomp of officialdom, yet the resolution is almost theatrical in its simplicity. Give him food, give him work, restore dignity. It's a reminder that sometimes leadership is less about grand speeches and more about doing the small human things correctly, visibly, and urgently. I can't believe I read that entire thing because it was a whole lot to read. It was a good read.
It was actually great points in there as well. Kindness never goes stale. It is always recommended to be kind, and for what he has done, like you said, he completely took him away from the street. He didn't just do just like a show off of just attending to him that moment, and he made the authority there to ensure that this man is well taken care of and not to be seen on the street again. And that, for me, I want to say is really a good example.
Really commendable.
Very commendable.
Let's move on now to our third conversation. This one is the case of the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, as court grants him bail in an alleged 8.7 billion naira money laundering case. Now, the Federal High Court in Abuja granted bail to the former Attorney General, his wife Asabe Bashir, and son Abdulaziz Malami. Judge Emeka Nwite on Wednesday granted each of them bail in the sum of 500 million naira in the alleged 8.7 billion naira money laundering case filed against them by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Now, the judge also noted that the key consideration in granting bail is whether the defendants would make themselves available for trial and refrain from interfering with witnesses. He observed that the EFCC's opposition, particularly on the likelihood of the defendants jumping bail or influencing witnesses, was not, in quote, concrete enough. Well, that's another story on the social media space.
Well. You know what? It comes to people that have taken one office or the other. Now, this man in question was the Attorney General, Attorney General of the Federation. Facing a charge like this, not just him, but his wife and his son, tells that there's a little bit of, they say, the icing on the cake, they say no smoke without fire, right? So, and then see how are you observing, how this matter is being handled with Kids Globe? Not so much, should I say, forceful entry or intimidation and all of that one, and then there's still the option of bail, and for a crime like this or for something like this that so much investigation has not entered into so well. Just see how it's been managed. It's been petted around. So
you think it's been petted?
I think that's how I see it. That's how I see it. For a man that has attained a position like that is being accused, I, for one, would have just thought that, right now, the judge has made his own disposition. He has, said some things and all of that one. But to me, I just feel they're just beating about the bush.
Well, let's hear how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on social media. Are they for Mr. Malami, or where are they standing? Machiavellian says 500 million naira bail for Malami, his wife and his son. Meanwhile, a common man will rot in Kuje for years. Kuje is prison, Kuje prison, by the way, for years over a stolen phone or a loaf of bread. The law in Nigeria is truly a cobweb. It catches the small flies but lets the big ones break through. That
hits a whole lot of nail
metaphor
on the head. True.
Meze Abia says Malami granted bail and case closed as usual. The EFCC never follows any case of political corruption to a logical conclusion in Nigeria. The moment I saw the EFCC stuttering to defend Yaya Bello's right of presumption of innocence was the moment I quickly reminded myself that the leopard does not change its spots. They must always fabricate excuses as to why a political criminal will walk free. Nigeria. Do we have more reactions? 399 billion. I like that handle. It says same story for every case. I wonder if that's as much.
The thing about EFCC, we all know the truth. We all know the truth. And as journalists, you know that we cannot really interview them when it comes to cases like this. You just have to talk to one man, and who is their head of PRO or something. But then again, a lot is being covered when it comes to EFCC. EFCC, we have seen them come out, to tackle matters as if to say, they're not going to let that matter go down until this is done, until that is done. We've seen a lot of threats where the head of the EFCC has come out to say that if he's unable to handle a particular matter, he should be taken off the office and all of that one. But, all those are just, matters that did not really hold water. When it comes to EFCC, we already know that. We know how they handle matters that affect politicians and matters that affect the common man. It's not business as usual. It's not the same way and the same action they take. There's always this pause when it comes to political people that are in politics or have held one position or the other. It's not really so deep. We've seen the case of Yahaya Bello, like the Twitter handle just reviewed how it was handled. In that Yahaya Bello's case, I want to say that EFCC did not really do well. And in this matter now, I want to believe that something will still happen. Just like the other speaker said, the other person said that a lot of poor people are in different prisons, because they cannot afford even the smallest bill, right? And then here are people that 500 million or 500 billion, right? Let's get the figures.
I'm just looking at the money laundering case in question. It's 8.7 billion naira money laundering case, not just something to just sweep under the carpet or just keep moving from. I think it's something that should be probably properly investigated till the last step, as against just coming up and then granting a bail.
Just hearing about bail now, just know that the matter has finished. 500 million naira bail. That's just all the interest is in this matter right now. After that, it is finished. You hear nothing about it. Because what are we hearing? You already know what we're talking about. EFCC are not doing they're not taking matters the same for everybody. There's always this reservation when it comes to the high and mighty in the society. We know who their targets are. They only target political leaders that have offended one way or the other. Either the incumbent,
then they become the scapegoat.
Becomes a scapegoat. They try to do that. You know, they just always wait for a particular government without immunity, and then they come on him like a hawk and devour. That's always the case.
Well, that's where we leave it this morning on the social listening segment. Thank you for watching the show from the start of the show up until this moment. We started off, of course, with the headlines to the paper review. Of course, we checked out what we had on the front page of the Business Day paper, to the Punch, to the Vanguard, and then Business Morning, of course, artificial intelligence and conversations like that with Destiny. We also did see what we have on the big story. We're talking about if budgeting makes sense in the economy that we are. And truly, from our contributor today, she did emphasize on why budgeting still makes so much sense and how we shouldn't plan our finances based on, we shouldn't save after spending, but spend before saving. And of course, the social listening stories today from Malami to Regina Daniels on all the conversations. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Thank you.
Until tomorrow, do stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable allow, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live on Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. Trump's Venezuela oil grab to shrink Nigeria's $2.9 billion U.S. market. Dangote withdraws ICPC petition against SNNDPRA boss Ahmed Farouk. Oil share index surpasses 160,000 territory, records highest level ever. Naira hits record high of 1,418.2 Naira as reserves maintain steady growth. Manufacturers sees sector rebound as reforms take shape. We'll begin today's business news in Nigeria, where Nigeria faces the prospect of losing nearly $3 billion in crude oil exports to the United States this year, as President Donald Trump's military intervention in Venezuela opens the door to a significant reshuffling of Americans' energy supply chains. Nigerians, Africa's biggest oil-producing country, which has maintained a steady crude export relationship with the U.S., shipped approximately 38 million barrels valued at $2.86 billion to American refineries between January and September of last year. That market position now appears vulnerable as Trump announced Venezuela would deliver between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil to the United States following the removal of former President Nicolas Maduro. Latest shipping data seen by BusinessDay also show that Nigerians' exports averaged 4.2 million barrels monthly during this period, with values fluctuating between $142 million and $484 million, depending on both volume and prevailing crude prices. This volatility underscores the challenges Nigerian producers faces in maintaining consistent market access, a vulnerability that Trump's Venezuela's initiative could exploit. And moving on, Aliko Dangote, Chief Executive Officer of the Dangote Group, has withdrawn a petition filed with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission against the former head of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Ahmed Farouk. This was disclosed in a press statement issued by the ICPC. The move comes amid ongoing investigations into allegations of corruption and financial impropriety against the former regulator, which previously led to its resignation. The ICPC says it has received a letter dated January 5th, 2026, titled Notice of Withdrawal of Petition Against Engineer Farouk Ahmed, submitted by legal representatives of Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Dangote's legal team explained that the decision followed the takeover of the investigation by another law enforcement agencies. However, the commission stressed that under Section 3 and 27 of the ICPC Act, investigations already initiated in the interest of the Nigerian state and its citizens would proceed. The ICPC also reaffirmed its commitment to transparency, accountability, and the fight against corruption. And turning to the capital market, the Nigerian equity market gained further ground on January 7, 2026, with the oil share index rising 0.40% to crossing the 160,000 point mark for the first time. Trading activity picked up significantly, with 1.4 billion shares changing hands, up from 758 million shares recorded in the previous session, reflecting heightened investors' engagement. Market capitalization also edged higher to 102.68 trillion naira across 49,000 deals, compared to 102.2 trillion naira a day earlier. The oil share index crossing the 160,000 point mark was driven by renewed buying interest in major counters, particularly Union Decon, Stepland, and Okumo Oil, which all recorded double-digit gains. Breaching the 160,000 mark signals renewed optimism in the market, with momentum spread across large and mid-cap stocks. And meanwhile, in the foreign exchange market, the Naira on Wednesday climbed to a record high of 1,418.2 Naira against the dollar in the official foreign exchange market, marking the strongest level since the introduction of the electronic foreign exchange market system, as Nigerians' external reserves continued their steady ascent. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria show that the local currency appreciated by 8.2% year-on-year, strengthening to 1,418.2 Naira on Wednesday, compared to 1,534.16 recorded on January 7, 2025 at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. In the parallel market, also known as the black market, the naira traded flat at 1,490 naira per dollar, unchanged from the levels recorded on both Monday and Tuesday, the first 2 days trading of the week. The relatively stable pricing across both markets reflect a continued easing of pressure and improved liquidity conditions. The pro-share economic outlook project that the official exchange rate could strengthen further to around 1,350 naira per dollar in the first quarter of 2026. According to the report, this outlook is supported by sustained foreign exchange inflows, higher oil production, portfolio investment attracted by elevated yields, and continued support from the CBN. According to Oloyemi Cardoso, governor of the CBN, the introduction of the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code has established clear standards for transparency, ethics governance, and fair dealings among authorized dealers. And shifting the focus to the maritime sector, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agencies, alongside the Maritime Research Group operating under the Sea Empowerment Research Center, has urged stakeholders to use 2026 to build on and consolidate the numerous reforms achieved in the maritime industry in 2025. The MASA, in a document signed by its head of public relations, Osage Edward, explained that with sustained reforms, robust stakeholders collaboration, and proactive global engagement, the agencies entered 2026 well positioned to consolidate gains and further advance Nigeria's standing as a leading maritime nation. Osage explained that the Master's achievements in 2025 under the leadership of its current Director General, Dr. Dayo Moberola, reflect a year of renewed credibility, strengthened partnership, and measurable progress for Nigeria's maritime sector. The agency's alignment with the federal government's blue economy agenda and its growing international recognition position it strongly for even greater impact in the years ahead. With sustained reforms, robust stakeholders collaboration, and proactive global engagement, the Master entered 2026 well positioned to consolidate gains and further advance Nigerian standing as a long-time leading maritime nation. Meanwhile, in the real sector of the economy, Nigeria's manufacturing sector is set for a comeback in 2026, with manufacturers optimistic about ongoing economic reforms and improved prospects. Manufacturers base their optimism on naira stability and sustained economic reforms, which they say would unlock stronger growth for businesses in 2026. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises, said that the improving macroeconomic fundamentals are expected to support better manufacturing outcomes in 2026, especially for firms that are backward integrated and better aligned with domestic input sourcing. According to Yusuf, foreign exchange stability offers meaningful relief on input costs and enhances planning certainty given the import-dependent structure of Nigerian manufacturing. However, he warned that without addressing structural risks such as inadequate and costly infrastructure, particularly power and logistics, port inefficiencies and supply chain bottlenecks, the country manufacturing will remain uncompetitive in 2026 despite the ongoing reforms. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria forecast that the country's manufacturing sector will grow by 3.1% in 2026, underscoring renewed optimism in the domestic manufacturing outlook. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates shaping the business and economic landscape. Stay with us.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching the Business News Hour. On the labor front, the Nigerian Labour Congress has called on the federal government to urgently address workers' wages and review regressive tax policy, warning that continued delays and uneven compliance could deepen economic hardship for millions of Nigerians. The appeal was made on Wednesday by the president of NLC, Joe Ajero, during the book launch of the union founding president at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Auditorium in Abuja. Addressing government officials and members of the press, Ajero spoke on the implementation of Nigeria's new national minimum wage signed into law by President Bola Tinubu on July 29, 2024, which increased the monthly wage from 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira. He noted that implementation has been uneven, with many state government, private sector employers and parastatals slow to comply, citing financial constraints and rising inflation. He added that the NLC is monitoring violations and will take renewed enforcement actions and legal steps, warning that continued delays threatens workers' welfare and amid rising living costs. The NLC president urged the government to engage sincerely with organized labor on policy making, stressing policies from fuel pricing to taxation, from wages to social services, must be crafted with the active and respected input of those who represent workers and the broad masses. Moving to the power sector and regional trade, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission says Togo, Niger, and Benin owns Nigerian $17.8 billion, equivalent to over 25 billion naira at the current exchange rate for electricity supplied under bilateral agreement. In its third quarter 2025 report, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory disclosed that the three international customers were involved in a total of $18.69 million by the market operators for electricity supply multiplied during the period, but they remitted only $7.125 million, leaving an outstanding balance of $11.59 million. According to NEC, the three international bilateral customers purchasing power from the grid-connected GenCos made a cumulative payment of $7.125 million against the $18.69 million invoice issued by them by the market operators for services rendered in the third quarter of 2025. The Commission further disclosed that Nigeria's 11 electricity distribution companies remitted a combined 381.29 billion naira to the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC and the market operator in the third quarter 2025 out of a total invoice of 400.48 billion naira, translating to a remittance performance of 95.21%. According to the Commission, the said will be based on reconciled market settlements submitted to the Commission as of December 18, 2025 as part of its statutory assessment of the commercial performance of the electricity market. And moving on to a major development, the Apapa Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has announced a revenue collection of 2.93 trillion naira in 2025, representing a 24.32% increase compared to its 2024 performance. The disclosure was made by the Customs Area Controller Emmanuel Oshoba in a statement issued in Lagos on Wednesday through the command's public relations officer, Isha Suleiman. The command had generated 2.36 trillion naira in 2024, representing an increase of 573.29 billion naira. The increase reflects the impact of focused leadership, disciplined officers, strategic use of modern trade tools, and improved compliance by the importers. He noted that the performance further reinforced the Apapa Command's position as Nigeria's leading revenue-generating customs formation. He reaffirmed the command's commitment to sustain the engagement with terminal operators, shipping companies, licensed customs agents, freight forwarders, and operators and the media to ensure the transparency, compliance, and seamless trade operators at Apapa ports. And in agriculture and food production, the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has stated that Nigeria recorded an increase of 300,000 metric tons in fish production in 2025. It disclosed this in a statement issued on Wednesday by the Special Advisor to the Minister, Dr. Bolaji Akinola, adding that the feast was the first rise over a decade. It described the rise in fish production as a clearer testament to the minister's determination to reduce the ultimately eliminate the country's heavy dependence on fish importation, which boosting food security, employment, and value creation across the fisheries and agricultural value chain. It stressed that Nigerian maritime sector has entered a decisive phase of renewal following a series of far-reaching inventions. Akinola emphasized that the sector has been opened up for genuine growth with long-standing challenges successfully addressed. He noted that these reforms had restored confidence, boosted performance, and positioned the maritime and blue economy as a key pillar of Nigeria's economic diversification. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Enikin Lukobiri, has urged the new Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to prioritize ending the recurring tanker explosions across the country. In a statement on Wednesday, Lukobiri said that during a familiarization visit to his office, he observed that the goal of downstream sector deregulation by President Bola Tinubu is to enable businesses to thrive, strengthen the sector, and expand national oil prosperity. He highlighted the need to swiftly address major concerns, stating that with reoccurring tanker explosions, which he noted have largely been curtailed, he also ensured that the ministry would continue to collaborate with the NMDPRO to ensure uninterrupted petrol supply nationwide. And with this, we wrap up the Business News Hour. Thank you for joining us. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates and insights.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome to Startup Spotlight on Business Day Television. On today's episode, we spotlight the topic empowering SMEs, simplifying sourcing, expanding credit access, driving growth. Every day across Nigerians, thousands of small business owners wake up with one goal: to grow. But for many, the journey isn't easy, from finding trusted suppliers, accessing credit, and managing daily operations can feel like climbing a mountain. My name is Glory Brown, and joining me is Ugbona Ginigeme, who is a two-time startup founder and a CEO at Figure, an AI-powered business platform and wholesale marketplace that helps small and medium-sized businesses across Africa easily find, buy, and manage products from the start to the finish. Welcome to the show, Ugona Ginigeme.
Thank you so much, Glory, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So quickly, for those of us hearing Figure for the first time, what is it all about and who are the audience that the platform is for?
Okay, so that's a great question. So Figure is basically, it's a very simple platform that is built to enable SMEs to source goods more efficiently. Right, so it's an AI-powered business-to-business wholesale marketplace and a software-as-a-service platform that enables SMEs discover, negotiate, and source goods directly from a verified network of suppliers and manufacturers. So think about a typical SME, let's say someone in Ibadan who needs to source goods, right? Typically, that SME might have to travel from Ibadan down to Lagos to source goods the traditional way. Visit one of the major markets, the person is limited supplies in that market, nobody's going to give that SME credit, and this has been the inefficient way that SMEs have been sourcing products over the years, right? So what Figure is doing today is we are making it possible for existing suppliers. Think of the suppliers in trade fair market, think of the suppliers in Alaba, think of the suppliers in Balogo, think of the manufacturers in Kano or in Aba, right? We make it possible for these suppliers and manufacturers to have an online presence such that businesses that want to source goods in bulk can easily discover them, negotiate, pay, and source goods from them. Then we support the process with access to credits through buy now, pay later.
So how do you ensure trust and reliability when it comes to the supplier and the retailers in your platform?
So that's a great question. So the first thing we do is we make sure that every supplier or manufacturer on Figure has been verified. Right, so once you're sourcing from a supplier or manufacturer on the Figure platform, you're sourcing from a verified supplier, right? And also, we also act as a sort of escrow, right? So you're not sourcing from the supplier outside of the platform. All the transactions are housed on the platform, right? So your money is safe. We make sure your goods are safe. And if there's any dispute whatsoever, we're able to intervene and make sure that, it is resolved amicably for all parties.
As a startup founder, what has been the challenges when it comes to funding or getting investors?
So I think it's quite, the fundraising markets has seen better days, right? It's quite a slow market today, but I think it's picking up. We're optimistic. For us, we are here for the long haul, right? So we know for a fact that investors are interested in what we are building. Right, investors are definitely going to be part of the journey. Investors want to see Africa succeed, and we are definitely building for that market. So while the market is slower than it has been in the past, we are confident that it will pick up, and so we are happily engaging with investors and looking to continue to build and scale Figure.
Okay, let's talk about trust and data security. How do you ensure data security between SMEs and suppliers?
That's a great question. So, like I mentioned earlier, everything is happening on the platform, right? So you see, the first thing is to make sure that all of the suppliers' data, right, are housed, they are secure, they are protected on our platform. We've put in a lot of measures, we put in best practices in place to make sure that data is secured. And then the retailers who are sourcing from these suppliers, right, they are just exposed to the sort of the information they need to know to make a buying decision, typically about products. Right, so they will just know maybe the suppliers in location, like for example, suppliers in Lagos Island in Lagos, right, or in Etiosa in Lagos, right, and then the supplier sells this product and that product, and then this is the product information. So that is all the buyer needs to know to make a buying decision, right? And then when that order is placed, all the supplier needs to know is somebody has bought the product, this is the location, these are the goods that have been bought, and whatnot. So we don't expose any unnecessary data, and we make sure that data is secured. And it's also very important that we manage that process to avoid circumvention, because we want to make sure that the transactions are kept on our platform, so that it is safe and secure for all stakeholders.
For all stakeholders, that has to do with my next question's partnership. How do you manage partnership when it comes to financial institutions, distributors, and manufacturers?
That's a very interesting question. So the way to think about partnerships is, there's a way we think about that figure, right? It's always a win-win or no deal situation, right? So whenever we think of a partnership with maybe a manufacturer or a financial institution, the first thing is, why should they care about partnering with Figure? What's in it for them, right? How do they win through this partnership? And then what's in it for us? How do we win through this partnership, right? So because of our unique approach to partnerships, we're always able to find a mutually beneficial structure that makes sense for any of our partners. So for example, if you talk about a financial institution, right? What financial institutions are trying to make more money, right? They're trying to increase their user base. If they're into lending, they're trying to see how they can lend more and reduce their risk, right? Figure knows the SMEs, Figure knows what the SMEs are sourcing, Figure knows, the volumes the SMEs are doing on a monthly basis. And so we are able to partner with these financial institutions to sort of reduce their risk when it comes to lending to these SMEs, because there is historical data, right? So the financial institution now can lend, right, in a safer way. They can reduce their risk. They can still make money. For the SME, they are getting credits at better terms, which makes sense for them, right? So they're able to grow their business. For us, we're happy to facilitate that transaction because we want to see these SMEs grow, so it's always a win-win situation. It's the same approach when we talk about manufacturers, when we talk about logistics partners and so on. We always think, how do we make sure both parties win? And if we cannot find a mutual ground to ensure that both parties win, we don't go ahead with it. But I can tell you today, all our partners are very, very happy.
We'll take a short break now, but don't go anywhere. There's more insights coming your way right after this break. Welcome back to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we've been speaking with the CEO of Figo about how the platform is transforming the way SMEs across Africa source products and access credits. So let's talk about some of the biggest challenges that Figo has faced while scaling the African markets.
Okay, thank you for that, Glory. That's an interesting question. So one of the major challenges has been logistics. You see, logistics plays a major role in when it comes to sourcing, right, or when it comes to procurement, or basically moving goods, right? And so what happens is logistics is not cheap, it's expensive, you see. And so for a lot of SMEs, they are typically always looking for ways to reduce logistics costs, right? Now, as a company, you have to build sustainably, right? And so that means that you're not able to, because we are not charging directly, right? We have logistics partners. Those partners need to render a service. They need to charge for that service, right? And so as you're dealing with logistics on a day-to-day basis, sometimes, right? For example, if you think about an SME, let's say a retailer in Kano, for example, right? They're trying to source goods from Lagos. You're trying to source, let's say, 100 bags of rice. You can imagine the cost of moving 100 bags of rice from Lagos all the way down to Kano. Maybe it's even a remote village somewhere in Kano, right? Or you're sourcing from Abuja to Anambra or something, right? So the logistics cost and even finding the right logistics partner, it's a very, very broken process, right? Because you have to think about partnering, you have to think about route optimization, you have to think about order aggregation, you have to ensure that the goods get to the right address, at the right time, in good condition. So I think logistics has been challenging. We don't handle logistics directly as a company. We partner with logistics companies, 3PLs, third-party logistics companies, but we need to ensure that these customers can have their goods delivered at the right price, the right landing cost, which is cost of goods and cost of logistics, right? Delivered on time as well, and also delivered in good condition. So yeah, I'll say it has been a challenge, but it's something that, we continue to work on and improve on.
Working on it and improving on it has to do with technology, right?
Of course.
So what role do you see technology, especially AI, playing in reshaping the future of African SMEs?
Brilliant
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team.
Have to build
we make
sustainable,
sure they are paid on
right?
time.
And so that
Your
means
job,
that you're
build
not
your
able
business.
to
Hours.
because we are not
Handle
charging
your
directly,
payroll.
right? We have logistics
Payroll,
partners. Those
benefits,
partners
loans.
need to render a
We
service.
handle
They
it
need to charge
so
for that
you
service,
don't have to.
right? And so as
in a world that never
dealing
stops
with logistics
moving,
on a
stay in control with a bank
sometimes,
that's always working
right,
for
for
you.
example, if you think about
Even if your internet connection
SME,
shuts
let's say a
down,
retailer in Kano,
banking
for example,
continues
right, they're trying to
instantly
source
with our
$2.
USSD
They're trying to
code
source, let's say, 100 bags of
*7111# hash.
You can imagine the cost of moving 100
Experience
bags of
seamless
rice from Lagos
transactions
all the
on
way
the
down to
go.
Kano. Maybe it's
Settle
only a
your
remote village
bills,
somewhere in Kano.
top up airtime or
Or you're
data,
sourcing
sell
from
FX,
Abuja to
and more
Anambra
with the
or
Key
something,
mobile
right?
app.
So the logistics
Speaking
cost
of
and
more,
finding the
you
right
can automate
logistics
payments
partner
and
to,
savings on multiple accounts,
it's
and
a
also
very, very
stay up to
broken
date
process.
with your investments on the
Because
Key
you have to
mobile
think about
app.
partnering,
Experience
you have to
branchless
think
banking
about
today.
route
Keystone
optimization,
Bank,
you have
we
to think
grow
about order
together.
aggregation, you have to ensure that the goods get to the right address, at the right time, in good condition. So I think logistics has been challenging. We don't handle logistics directly as a company. We partner with logistics companies, 3PLs, third-party logistics companies, but we need to ensure that these customers can have their goods delivered at the right price, the right landing cost, which is cost of goods and cost of logistics, right? Delivered on time as well, and also delivered in good condition. So yeah, I'll say it has been a challenge, but it's something that we continue to work on.
Working on it and improving on it has to do with technology, right?
Of course.
So what role do you see technology, especially AI, playing in reshaping the future of African SMEs?
Brilliant question. So for us, we're a technology company. We're a technology and a data company. That's how we think about Figure, right? And so we are very big on AI, right? We're very big on leveraging machine learning algorithms to optimize these processes. So for example, if you think about a supermarket,
okay,
right? Let's say a supermarket in Ikoyi, right? That supermarket must source for products, right? Now, using AI and machine learning, you can understand everything about that supermarket's buying patterns, right? What they source, when they source, how much they source,
and all that.
pricing, everything.
Well
about
detailed.
it. Very detailed. In fact, with AI, you can know more about that supermarket than the supermarket knows about themselves, right? So you can do things like hyper personalization, right? You can make intelligent business recommendations. You can have intelligent route optimizations even for logistics. Intelligent routing to partners as well, for others and so on. So yes, we are very big on AI, we are very big on machine learning, we are very big on technology as a whole, and we believe that technology, especially the way we are building it at Figure, would be instrumental in optimizing sourcing for SMEs across Africa and ensuring that SMEs continue to thrive across the continent.
Yeah. As a startup founder, I must comment that a lot of effort is being put behind the scene. So where do you see your platform in the next 5 years in this competition space?
That's a great question. So for us, our vision is to optimize product sourcing end to end for SMEs across Africa, right? So what that means is we want to optimize the way businesses, the way SMEs discover the right suppliers or manufacturers for them, the way they negotiate, the way they pay, the way they assess credit, and the way goods are fulfilled, right? We see ourselves becoming Africa's largest wholesale marketplace, right? We want to make it possible for Afua in Ghana to be able to easily source goods from Olabisi in Ogun State and have those goods delivered seamlessly, right? We want to make it very possible for somebody that is in Kenya to be able to source goods from somebody who is in Rwanda, right? Or somebody who is in South Africa, or somebody who is in Togo, right? So for us, it's about making Africa seem like one market. And we think that our unique approach will make that possible. You know, we are modeling Figure after Alibaba, right? As we're having this conversation today, if we wanted to source goods from China, we can easily go to Alibaba right now, or we can see suppliers or manufacturers in China. But if I wanted to source goods from even Ibadan, right, or from Accra, or from Nairobi, how do you find the suppliers there? It doesn't exist today. So that's what we are building. And we believe that will become Africa's largest wholesale marketplace, the Alibaba of Africa, and definitely one of Africa's most successful startups.
As a founder, so looking back, what challenges have you faced in the African ecosystem startup?
So the ecosystem is growing, right? The ecosystem is growing. I mean, you can't compare it with some more mature ecosystems, but what we are seeing is there is all-around growth. You know, there have been a few exits. There are investors, right? There are more startups doing very amazing things. But in terms of challenges, I'll say one of the challenges is because it's still a growing ecosystem, because it's still quite relatively young, right? There's not enough funding. So there are definitely challenges around funding, because funding is instrumental to growth, right? So if there's more funding and that funding is channeled properly, there would be more growth, right? So I think funding has been one challenge in the ecosystem. I think we also need to see more partnerships, right, in the ecosystem. I think that's something that would really help startups to scale better. So I think there is still a disconnect between the startup ecosystem and corporates, right? So it's like they are almost existing in two different worlds. You don't see a lot of high-level collaboration between startups and corporates. There is collaboration, but it's few, right? So somebody who is just starting, you know, let me say a payments company today, it'll be very difficult for you to just partner with one of the maybe leading banks, right? Because they will look at you like you're still a small player, right? So I think we need to see more advocacy for the ecosystem, especially from corporates. We also need to see more funding definitely go into the ecosystem as well.
So I asked about the lessons and mistakes as a founder. So what are the lessons you've learned over the years as a startup founder in the startup ecosystem?
Yeah, so lots of lessons, because I've been doing this for a while now, right? There's a lot of lessons, but I think I'll talk about a few that are very, very important. One of them is, you know, you have to measure everything. Anything you cannot measure, you cannot manage, right? You have to measure everything. So you have to build or execute fast, measure, and then learn from it, right? So that's something very important. You have to focus on the people. It's all about the people, right? The team you build is the company you build, right? So you have to make sure you get the right people on the bus and take the wrong people off the bus, right? You have to think about the culture of your company, right? Because it's easier to create or form a company culture when the company is still in its early stages, right? And like they say, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if you don't get your company culture right, you're likely to fail. You have to pay attention to your customers. You have to know everything about your customers, right? You have to know your customer better than almost anybody else. You have to be obsessed with your customers. It's also something that is very, very important. And finally, I'll talk about processes, right? Everything has to be about processes. So for example, at Figure, you know, something goes wrong. The first thing we're saying is, what's the process for this to happen? Like, what went wrong? Do we know what the process is? At what point did that process fail? How do we fix it? So you have to think about processes for everything. You can't scale if you don't have the right processes. So I think these are some of the most important lessons that come to mind at the moment.
As a founder, when you're not building Figure, how do you unwind or find inspiration outside your work? Because I know a lot of startups go through thinking processes. How do I get this done? How do I figure this out? So how do you unwind, or how do you find inspiration outside your work?
Startups are tough, really. You know, so that's a very important question. Startups are very hard. I think it's one of the hardest anybody can do, actually. So you want to build a startup, you want to build something from nothing. You have to be a little crazy to do that. But because of the pressure, it's very important you find time to unwind. For me personally, I like to, so when I feel overwhelmed, I like to zone out a bit, right? Even if it's just for a few hours or a few days, I like to zone out a bit. I like to hang out with friends, right? Either, you know, we're just going somewhere, having drinks and gisting, something to just distract me from the from all the things I have to do, right? So have a few drinks, hang out with friends, listen to good music. I like a place where there's good music. It could be any kind of music, but just good music, good vibes. I also like to play games, especially chess and Monopoly, right? I like board games, so that also helps me to just, relax. Sometimes video games as well. But yeah, basically just hang out, talk to people, have a good time, play games. Yeah.
Finally, what advice can you give to young entrepreneurs or startup founders looking forward to build businesses in the African startup system?
You have to be extremely resilient. It's going to be tougher than it looks. It's going to be longer than you think it will take. It's going to be more difficult than you would likely imagine, right? And so if you're not fully convinced that you can sacrifice a lot of things, if you're not fully convinced that you can, that you won't give up, you'll keep going, right? Against all odds, don't do it. But if you're convinced and, you're ready to give it your all, then keep going. Doors will be shut in your face. People would say no to you, but it's all part of the game. No, it's just next opportunity, right? Focus on your people. Try to get the best team you can. Get people who believe in your vision, who are able to go the long haul with you. Think about your processes from day one. Obsess over your customer, right? Focus on launching as fast as possible, learning what's not working, learning what is working, double down on what is working, fix what is not working, and then just keep going through that cycle. And then most likely you'll be successful. I said most likely because it's not guaranteed. You can do all of that and still fail, but yeah.
Well, we're hoping for you to succeed on the status
by God's grace.
Thank you so much, Gunnar Bona, for sharing such inspiring insight.
Thank you so much.
Status Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. That's all for today's episode. It's been great having you with us. Don't forget to drop a comment, share with a friend, and follow at Business Day Television. You can also connect with me at Glory_Brown. Until next time, keep watching Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard, a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Now, this is a Business Day Television Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, DMO raises 1.144 trillion naira in first NTV auction of 2026 at higher rates. Our Customs records 2.93 trillion naira revenue in 2025. And in Power, Genco's invoices fall 80.56 billion naira on weak demand. Lastly, PwC sees Nigeria achieving 4.3% GDP expansion. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. The Rivers State House of Assembly has begun impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odo. The majority leader, Rivers State House of Assembly, Major Jack, read out the notice of allegations and gross misconduct against Fubara during plenary on Thursday, preceded over by the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martins Amehule. And according to reports, 26 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly signed the notice, which they alleged was against the Nigerian Constitution. Amehule revealed that the notice will be served to Fubara in the next 7 days, while the Deputy Majority Leader of the House, Linda Stewart, also read out the notice of allegations and gross misconduct against Odo. And meanwhile, Nigeria's Debt Management Office raised a total of 1.144 trillion naira at its first Nigerian Treasury Bills primary market auction of 2026 at highest stop rates across all maturities amid sustained investor demand. According to reports, DMO raised 108.17 billion naira for the 91-day and 48.23 billion naira for the 182-day and 987.78 billion naira for the 364-day and maturities of the January 7th auction. These auction results reportedly showed a clear upward repricing of the risk-free assets across all maturities, particularly at the long end of the curve, as investors continue to favor government securities as a hedge against inflation and policy uncertainty. Despite higher rates, demand remained resilient, highlighting strong system liquidity and investors' willingness to lock in elevated yields, while the one-year paper once again dominated the auction, accounting for the bulk of funds raised. And also, the Papa Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has announced a revenue collection of 2.93 trillion naira in 2025, representing a 24.32% increase compared to its 2024 performance. The disclosure was made by the Customs Area Controller Emmanuel Oshoba in a statement issued in Lagos on Wednesday through the command's public relations officer, Isa Suleiman. And according to the statement, the command had generated 2.36 trillion naira in 2024, representing an increase of 573.29 billion naira. Oshoba attributed a significant revenue growth to focused leadership, disciplined personnel, strategic deployment of modern trade tools, and improved compliance by importers under the guidance of the Controller General of Customs, Bashiri Adeni. And still on, the total invoice issued by power generation companies fell by 80.56 billion naira in the third quarter of 2025, following a reduction in energy offtake by electricity distribution companies, according to industry data. And figures released by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission in its 2025 third quarter report indicate that GENCOs billed 782.46 billion naira in 2025, and the third quarter down from 863.02 billion naira in the second quarter of 2025. According to reports, this was because the DISCOs reduced their energy offtake by 6.08% and also contributed to a reduction in the federal government subsidy obligation, which fell to 458.75 billion naira from 514.35 billion naira over the same period. The report noted that the current open-ended subsidy regime exposes the government to indeterminate subsidy obligations due to volumetric risk and variations in generation costs arising from changes in the supply mix, with higher thermal generation typically increasing costs. Coming up, PwC sees Nigeria achieving 4.3% GDP expansion. These and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the Midday Bulletin at noon. PwC Nigeria has projected that Nigeria's real gross domestic product growth in 2026 would settle around 4.3%. Now, this was revealed in a statement on Wednesday following the release of its 2026 economic outlook. Now, this projection reportedly aligns with that of the World Bank, which in its latest report anticipates that Nigeria's economic growth will strengthen to 4.4% between 2026 and 2027, driven by higher activity in ICT, finance, and real estate. The outlook also shows that recent gains in macroeconomic stability are reshaping the operating environment for businesses, investors, and markets. And now, away from that story, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Order-Related Offences Commission revealed on Wednesday that Aliko Dangote has withdrawn his petition against Ahmed Farouk, the former head of Nigeria's downstream petroleum regulator, while investigations into the allegations continue. The chairman of the Dangote Group submitted the petition to the ICPC in December 2025 through his lawyer, Ogu Onoja, accusing Farouk of corruption and financial impropriety and calling for Farouk's arrest, investigation, and prosecution. In the filing, Dangote alleged that Farouk lived beyond his means as a public official, claiming he spent more than $7 million on the education of his 4 children in Switzerland over 6 years without lawful income to support such expenses. ICPC spokesperson Oko Elde says the withdrawal was communicated in a letter from Dangote's lawyer, adding that the petition was withdrawn in full and that another law enforcement agency had taken over the case. Another FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, has revealed that all political parties in Rivers State has effectively merged into a single coalition backing President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid. Wike made the claim on Wednesday while addressing stakeholders in Asari Toro local government area, saying partisan divisions in the state had given way to a broad political alliance he described as Rainbow Coalition under the banner of the President's Renewed Hope agenda. The former Rivers governor revealed that the arrangement marked a departure from traditional party politics, replacing it with what he described as a collective movement aimed at securing political power and benefits for the state. Wike added that Rivers residents were already seeing the rewards of backing Tinubu's 2023 presidential election and promising improved outcomes in the coming year. And now to end the local news, the Honorable Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, has clarified that all Nigerian students on federal scholarships have received their payments up to the 2024 budget year. The clarification follows viral social media posts from Nigerian students under the Bilateral Education Scholarship Program in Morocco, alleging delays in payments and reporting hardship, homelessness, and lack of access to medical support. Alausa revealed that all beneficiaries enrolled under the Bilateral Education Scholarship Program prior to 2024 have received payments up to the 2024 budget year in line with the federal government's obligations. The ministry explained that any temporary delays in outstanding payments are due to fiscal constraints and are being addressed through ongoing engagements between the Federal Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Finance. And coming up, Togo, Niger, Benin owe Nigeria 25 billion naira for electricity, according to the NERC. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Hello, welcome back to Midday Bulletin, Business Day Television at noon. And now moving on to Africa, Togo, Niger, and Benin reportedly owe Nigeria $17.8 million, an equivalent of over 25 billion naira at the current exchange rate for electricity supplied under bilateral arrangement. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission on its third quarter 2025 report revealed that 3 international customers were invoiced a total of $18.69 million by the market operator for electricity supplied during the period, but remitted only $7.125 million, leaving an outstanding balance of $11.56 million. According to reports, the international bilateral customers similarly had legacy invoices of $14.7 million, out of which they paid $7.84 million, leaving a balance of $6.23 million. And next says the 3 international bilateral customers purchasing power from the grid-connected and GENCOs made a cumulative payment of $7.125 million against the $18.69 million invoice issued to them by the market operator for services rendered in the third quarter of 2025. And still in Africa, Tanzania's central bank kept its benchmark interest rate unchanged at 5.75% for the second policy meeting in a row on Thursday, saying it wanted to support stronger economic growth. Now, the bank revealed that the Monetary Policy Committee expects economic conditions to be favorable, insisting that keeping the rate unchanged will support robust economic growth. According to the bank, the decision was taken considering that inflation is projected to remain within the target range of 3 to 5%. And the East African countries' inflation has oscillated around 3% for the past 2 years, standing at 3.4% in annual terms in November, slightly lower than the 3.5% reported in October. Now, on the foreign scene, oil prices fell on Wednesday amid expectations of a surge in supply after United States President Donald Trump said Venezuela would hand up to 50 million barrels of crude to the U.S. According to reports, Venezuela and the United States reached a deal under which authorities in the South American country would agree to support oil valued to $2 billion to the U.S. And Brent crude reportedly dropped below $60 per barrel on Wednesday evening after Trump said interim authorities in Venezuela will be providing 30 million to 50 million barrels of high-quality oil to the U.S. at market price, thought to be worth close to $2 billion. Our reports, however, revealed that the agreement with the U.S. compliant leadership in Venezuela will boost the supply of heavy crude to U.S. Gulf Coast refineries and potentially further curb illicit Venezuela shipments of cheap crude to China. And also, the United States has ordered its withdrawal from 66 international and United Nations affiliated organizations after President Donald Trump signed a new directive on January 7, 2026. The order instructed U.S. agencies to end participation in funding for bodies deemed contrary to the interest of the United States. The directive was contained in a presidential memorandum titled Memorandum for the Heads of Executive Departments and Agencies, signed by President Trump. Trump insists that the decision was based on a determination that continued U.S. membership participation or financial support for the affected organizations no longer served national interests. I will bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back to the Midday Bulletin, and now to sports news. The chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, has revealed that all financial entitlements of Super Eagles players and officials have been resolved. Diko's remarks followed reports of players threatening to boycott training and travel to Marrakesh for Saturday's match against Algeria. And Diko clarified that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has approved the Super Eagles AFCON 2025 budget in November 2025, bringing alignment among the NSC and the Nigerian Football Federation and the players. The chairman explained that approval and processing were two different stages, assuring players that the funds had been approved and were being released. And to end the news, Belgian coach Marc Breeze, appointed by Cameroon's Ministry of Sports in 2024, has launched legal action against the Cameroon Football Federation after being barred from coaching the Indomitable Lions at the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Breeze was prevented from joining the team at the tournament and was temporarily replaced by his assistant David Pago, who oversaw the squad during the competition. The decision reportedly followed a directive from Fecafoot President Samuel Eto'o, who has consistently opposed the Breeze appointment by the Ministry of Sports. And reacting to the development, Breeze described the situation as amateur and illegal, accusing football authorities of acting outside the law. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good afternoon and welcome. This is Business Day Television. My name is Akiminiobong Michael. You are welcome to SME Clinic. And today on SME Clinic, we're going to be talking about how to grow your business in challenging times. You know, the country has been through a lot. Let's even start with that. This year started out a little bit shaky, but thankfully, and with everything that the government have been doing to make sure that we are, going out of inflation to some extent. I mean, inflation rate has reduced now to like 14.45. Business Day did release that report on, I believe, on Wednesday. Yeah, so I mean, it's getting better. But what exactly does that mean, and what does that tell for business owners? Now, today, right here on SME Clinic, we're going to be breaking it down and telling you how it affects you as a business owner. And no, I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have with me several individuals that are doing amazingly in different parts of the industry. I'm going to start with saying hello to every single one of them. Damilare Davola, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome. Now, I'd like you to, first things first, Damilare is a seasoned investment banker and a business analyst. So, Damilare, you have 7 minutes to tell us more about yourself and, of course, what you do.
I think 7 minutes is a lot of time to tell you about what I do, because I can pretty much summarize it and get to the gist of it. I am an investment banker and a business analyst. Pretty much investment banking is a subsector in finance that manages primarily the buying and selling of companies or the merging of companies. And the business analyst side of things, pretty much self-explanatory, where I take a look at businesses, what are they doing, how are they doing it in line with their goals, their stated goals, and what more could they be doing. A lot of businesses, their graveyard is in what more could they be doing, because it takes some level of foresight and the ability to predict future outcomes, and you predict your own response to those future outcomes or to those future events. I'm also an expert in technological research and strategic analysis in emerging markets, pretty much self-explanatory as well. I'm researching on the technologies that would drive the conversation in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Then how do we reverse engineer those technologies into today's world? And how do we do that successfully in the emerging markets?
Thank you very much for that, Damilare. That's an interesting portfolio, if you ask me. And I'm going to be moving to Success Ajilore, who is the CEO of Success Transformation Network, STN, and Accelerated Plus. Good afternoon, Success.
Good afternoon. Confirm you can see and hear me clearly. Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can, and we can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much, Business Day. My name is Success Ajilore. I'm an accomplished accounting professional and a business analyst with over 11 years of experience in specializing in enhancing operational efficiency, policy improvement, and governance, process optimization in various sectors of the economy. My experience in the Big Four has helped me to understand what businesses need part-time and how to drill down into their problems and analyze their problems through the business analysis knowledge, and also recommend areas where they can be well positioned in the market and grow in their brand, no matter the challenges that they have currently facing. I'm currently in the compressed natural gas sector, and what I do is also help them analyze what they are going through and what they can do much more, how they can be more positioned, how they can maintain their quality, how they can also penetrate into deeper and have make greater impact in the markets that they are in. I believe that today many businesses in Nigeria are going to get insights from the wealth of experiences that we are bringing to the table today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that one, Success. And yes, as you can hear, the people that already have, people that have mentioned what they do, you can see that there's a wealth of knowledge in here. Our next guest is Moses Amama, who is the CEO and founder of Startup Lab. Hello, Moses.
Hello, glad to be here. My name is Moses Amama, and I'm a senior product designer, and through my career, I've worked with founders all around the world, from Africa to the Middle East to Europe and to America.
And the focus of my work has majorly been working with founders and sometimes more mature companies to be able to like refine their ideas, validate them, work with them to bring up to come up with MVPs and launch those products into the market. And I've sort of like carried that experience and started Startup Lab, which is an incubator. Our tagline is majorly your startup's partner from day zero. So what we're doing with the incubator is looking out for founders that have interesting ideas and coming in super early and working with them to validate their ideas, to test, to refine, and then to make sure that when they're launching a product in the market, they're launching something that has at least a fair chance of working and being a hit with customers. And I'm very happy to be here today and to share and to engage in discussions with the rest of these amazing professionals.
Thank you very much for that one, Moses. And our next guest is Ochuko Newton, who is the CEO of Newton IQ. Good afternoon, Ochuko.
Hi, good afternoon. It's fantastic to be on this platform. Essentially, Newton's IQ is a creative agency based in Lagos. Our assignment is very, very simple. Everybody's competing to be on the global stage, particularly brands of different, in different spaces, different categories. They want to be on the social media platform. They want to be the top of the mind when it comes to their niche or their space. So our business is to ensure that people are consistently always thinking about them. So what we do is we go from brand strategy, brand activations, creativity. Essentially, when you want to think of putting your brand out there on social media space or you're thinking about an activation, we are the go-to individuals to think of. And it's so exciting to be on this platform to share some exciting insights with the other gentlemen on this call and the lady. And I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ochuko, for that one. And our next guest is Oluwatomi Obinna, who is a software engineer at Malwarebytes Inc. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me on the program. My name is Oluwatomi Obinna Alagbe. I'm currently a software engineer, a staff software engineer at Malwarebytes. For the past 4 or 5 years, I've been at Malwarebytes focusing on cybersecurity. So what do I do at Malwarebytes? I basically lead the technical direction for a team working on products that help protect our consumers from malware of different kinds. Basically, any malicious attacker that could try to maybe steal your information or damage your device. I've also, prior to that, I've worked with multiple startups spanning crypto, fintech, and AI. I was back before I left Nigeria 5 years ago. I was an early member or early team member at MoneyPoint. I also worked in other fintechs, Electronic Settlements Limited. But right now, I've been entrenched in the cybersecurity space. So yeah, thanks for having me on the program.
Thank you so much for that, Tomi. That's very amazing. Now I'm going to be going straight into the questions, and I would have to start with this one because a lot of things have been happening in this country, and this question is going to go to the only female I have in this session. Success, this question is for you. Now, with everything going on in this country, what exactly are the key strategies that businesses can use to survive and thrive during economic downturns? With everything happening, what are those key strategies that businesses can, put work into it and it's going to work?
So I'll say a few of them. Like it is necessary for most businesses to start thinking of shifting from nice to have to must have solutions. They should suspend the any sentiments they have right now and try and focus on what is really needed. Must have solutions. And one has to consider automation as well. And the expanding the knowledge on AI applications in any sector one is working in. And secondly, one has to strengthen the recurring revenue and also work on increasing operational efficiency. And it's important now to consider data protection, because many people are actually trying to hack into other people's businesses and their strategies and apply it in their own businesses. So one has to really tighten that aspect of cybersecurity. And important thing is that in economic downturns, businesses that survive focus on efficiency, they focus on trust, they focus on value. So everything that one is doing, one has to focus on these aspects in your strategy that you are applying. Let me allow my other colleagues to add one or two to this.
Thank you very much for that, Success. And yes, I would also ask the same question to Damilare, because I see that both of you are in the same line. So what exactly can businesses do in this? What can they do to thrive in economic downturns?
Answer would have to be dependent on the type of business, right? Just as Success mentioned, some businesses have to be very cautious around handling people's data. Others have to trim their fat. By trim their fat, I mean you have to reduce unnecessary spending. So to give the most useful, broad spectrum advice for businesses, it would be, first of all, you need understanding, you need clarity. Pardon my what's it called now? My generalization here, but most Nigerian businesses don't have a culture of research. So they basically use Agbari. Like Agbari is the Yoruba word for common sense. And you can use common sense to run a business. Now, the good thing is with tools like, ChatGPT and other AI tools, you can easily diagnose your problem, understand the environment. With ChatGPT, you can use it to collect information on a lot of data, use it to diagnose it to your own niche, and then to your own particular business and location. And then from there, you reverse engineer the process into, okay, if this is all that is going on, how must I act to thrive in all of the things that are going on? If not, you're literally going to be punching, oh, my camera went off, not sure why. If not, you're going to be punching air, because you haven't named the target. You're just calling it a challenging time. Like you have to be very precise. Precision is another thing that helps the businesses that thrive, right? You can't just say Nigeria is hard. You can't just say Naira is bad. You can't just, what does that mean for you? If Naira, let's say the value of the Naira goes down, for example, but then you're not an FX business, like your business isn't directly impacted by that. You have to figure out, okay, if my business is extremely local, how does that affect, or how does that tie back to, my own profit or my own revenue? And then you choose that as a point of attack. So pretty much go for precision. When you get the information you need, you can always reverse engineer to solve your problem down to the nitty-gritty.
Thank you very much for that one, Dami. And now I'm going to be asking this question to Tomi specifically. Success did mention it as part of the things that you should do, and that is applying cybersecurity, making sure that your things are protected. Now, Tomi, how exactly can business owners apply these, especially seeing as not every single person or individual that starts a business understands cybersecurity or even knows what it is about, how can they go about this? I mean, at least to the layman, how exactly can they go about it?
There's a couple of sides to this. There's the security when it comes to your relationship with your customer, and then there's security when it comes to handling customer data, how your employees handle customer data, and also sensitive company information. So I'll start from the internal security, which is handling customer data, handling sensitive information. The first thing is sensitization or education. So a lot of bigger companies know this and invest a lot in security training. So every year or twice a year, employees go through security training to know what to do and what not to do. But the good thing is, unfortunately, security trainings are expensive, and during downturns, your business may not be able to afford expensive security trainings. But the good thing is, a lot of this information is also available online. So so you can actually go online, find out like what security practices your business needs to incorporate and actually put them in practice. But I would still advise that companies undergo security audits at least once a year. Because the thing about enforcing behaviors is if you actually don't check or evaluate, you can't be sure that it's actually being put in practice. So examples of some simple security practices might be not sharing, not taking company information home, or copying information onto flash drives, or things like using company infrastructure, company laptops or company computers for personal activities. It can be things like even monitoring who enters the office building. So you can't just allow, especially if you have sensitive customer information you deal with, you may not want to allow random strangers walk into the office unaccompanied or without appointments. Then there's also the aspect of security in relationship to your customers. And this is where there's actually standards that have been established, and actually a lot of them are actually like expected to have things like SOC 2. There's SOC 2 basically is a certification that establishes that your company has a base level of data security in place. There's also, if your business is in fintech, there's also the PCI DSS certification, and there's also a bunch of ISO certifications that you can actually implement in your organization to ensure that you're basically secure. And also in general, there's other common sense practices that ensure that your company data is secure. Things like as basic as making sure all your employees use an antivirus. Things like VPN, for instance. So especially if you're going to be using official computers on public networks. So these are just a few tips that you can use to enforce digital security for both your employees and also protects your customer information from thefts or exposure.
Thank you so much for that, Tomi. That was very enlightening. And I'll be asking Ochuko this question. And I don't want us to continue to generalize, so I might as well, give a specific industry. Now, the question is, how exactly can businesses identify and capitalize on new opportunities during challenging times? And I wouldn't want you to generalize this. So let's say it's an edutech. I mean, there are a lot of edutech companies that are springing up these days. How exactly can they see what is new in the market? How can they identify what is new in the market, and how can they capitalize on it? Over to you, Ochuko.
Thank you so much. So I think that's one space that can easily identify new challenges and capitalize on them. Frankly speaking, one thing that you notice about identifying a challenge is that a large percent of the time, from the moment you begin transaction up until the moment you deliver, there are different chains sometimes you have to pass through. And one thing that is very common is that you notice that in between those chains or in between those lines, you realize that there are some maybe challenges or issues. This is where these guys can actually, particularly the edtech industry, can actually capitalize on. What do I mean? A large percent of the time, before businesses usually onboard new staffs or before businesses onboard new individuals, they kind of like take them through trainings. They take them through some type of workshop. They take them through some type of... So the thing here is, for a business like that to capitalize on, making the most out of challenges is, having either conversations with industry experts or heads of corporations and asking them questions like, what's the one challenge that you have when you're trying to get either your team to cooperate well, or for your team, or particularly onboarding new individuals? And I'm really emphasizing on onboarding because I realize that it's one issue that most big businesses usually have when they are onboarding new employees or onboarding new staffs, and they try to pass them through some form of training. You realize that there's a lot that goes into that training. Money is poured into it. And a large percent of the time, you realize that even the people, the new staffs learning, they don't really pick so much. That's one area to actually capitalize on. And they can come with solutions like, hey, instead of having to spend money to have facilitators live, right? We can come in and customize some type of product for you where you don't necessarily need to have your facilitators come and say the same thing all over again. You can onboard this and put this into some type of virtual course or virtual program. And the same is true not just for onboarding new staffs, but in other industries and in other spaces. And the reason for this is, and I'll also say this, if you're in the edutech space, you must have at least a department or a team or an individual in the business development side who is looking out for issues and situations like this. Because I promise you, one of the major challenges that business owners have is having to repeat the same thing all over again. Another challenge most business owners have is trying to replicate another version of themselves into their staffs. Now, instead of the business owner to say the same thing over and over and over again, fantastic. How about you customize some type of product where either you're having the business owner himself or top managers in the company, having some type of... So, and it's not just even relegated to, like I said, onboarding new staffs, but the key question here is, the key thing here is what I initially talked about. Those chains of, those little things that you encounter along the way before you get to the point of delivery, that's where they need to put their ear on. So for example, let's say I run a logistics company, right? And I'm looking at, as an edutech, I'm in the edutech business, and I'm looking at how to penetrate the logistics business. Now, one thing that is quite common is that people that are in that logistics or who run a logistics business, they just get riders from anywhere, right? As long as they can ride a bike, they are fit for the business. Now, one thing that I can do is, how about I look for some type of way to customize a product to the logistic company that says, look, listen, if your riders or your staff go through this type of process, they can become more effective in their delivery of the package or how they handle customers. You see, that at that point, you're not just telling the customer or your client that this is your service. You're telling them that you can solve a problem that is particular and relative to them. You see, the problem is not relative. I don't see a reason why I should patronize you. So in context here, I'll say this. People in that space, the edutech space, should look for problems that are relatable to their clients, not just coming to say, oh, this is what we're in the business of doing. This is what we sell. No, if it is not relative or if it is not linking to what it is that they are currently dealing with, a challenge, and I'll tell you this, one of the easiest way to charge higher is when you finally realize, or maybe you have somebody in the company who tells you, this is the issue we have. So when you're making your proposal, please tell them that. So when you now, maybe for example, you make your proposal around that particular issue, ladies and gentlemen, you might have all just won $1 million. So I think that is actually very, very specific to that industry.
Thank you so much for that one, Ochoko. That was very amazing. And it's a good thing that right now we've gone around. I'd like to ask Moses a question. This is before we enter the next session of questioning. How exactly can businesses develop a growth strategy that aligns with their vision and their values, their mission rather, and their values? Because there's sometimes that, you want to do something as a business, but when you look at the market or when you look at what it is you want to move into, you find it difficult to align it with your mission and, of course, the company values. Now, what are the ways in which businesses can align these new strategies and these new openings that they see, develop their businesses?
Thank you. Now, the first thing I think every business must answer for themselves is, first of all, if they have a true understanding of their values, or if it's just something that they've written down on paper to describe themselves. And when they have a good understanding of those values, they should be able to now bake it in, not just into the company culture, in how like employees and sales executives sort of like look out for opportunities, but also bake it down into like their strategies, generally in even how they identify opportunities, how they decide on what opportunities to take. And I think every business should be able to ask themselves, like, what kind of decision would we make if we ignore this particular value? And in asking those kind of questions, it brings them back to, first of all, to why they created or why they decided to go with that value in the first place. And with every business, something that is absolutely important is positioning. Okay, as a business, we've taken a decision to position ourselves and to present ourselves in a particular manner for a particular reason. Now, the moment we start sort of like trying to move away from that positioning, it also waters down our product offerings and our service offerings. Now, I know that when it's in challenging times, one of the first things we tell businesses is to look out for survival and to look out for survival first. But what I would encourage is to still look within those values and still like go deeper within those values and to find opportunities therein. And a way that I would typically do that is to understand the persona of the customers that we initially set out to look out to solve for. Speak to them, super important. Continue speaking to them and to understand what other pain points they are facing that we probably have not looked out for, or that we probably have not identified. Also look out to competitors generally and to see, okay, what are they probably not covering, that based on our user persona that we've sort of like drawn up earlier in the process, that we know that these people absolutely need. I've also heard a few things about like research and about data. I think Dami mentioned something really profound there around this very topic. So yeah, go deeper into that persona and literally look out for the patterns, look out for the customer behavior, and be able to see and identify some other areas that we could be covering based on the capabilities that we currently have. I would also say paying attention to customer experience, paying attention to support tickets, and identifying generally what are some pain points that we're probably not catering to. So generally, all those can present an opportunity for growth that still allows the business to function within its set values and mission.
Thank you so much for that one, Moses. Now, still speaking to you, Moses, right? I know you've gone ahead to mention customer retention, paying attention to different things that would enable you to grow and still be part of your mission and, of course, your value. But one thing I'd like to know is, what role does invention, innovativeness play in growing your business? I know that you can follow a particular playbook and it probably would not work for you. But what role exactly can help business owners rather to, when they innovate something or do something different, what role does it play in making their business better?
Okay, I would like to begin with a popular quote, especially in the business sector, but maybe more in the tech sector. And I don't know where it originated from, so I'm sorry I would not be able to give credits, but I've heard a lot of statements around adapt or die generally. And that's very true for most businesses. And one of the things innovation helps businesses do is to adapt, to be able to pivot. Now, as someone who runs an incubator and as a product designer that has worked with several founders, I've come to realize that in many cases, when businesses or when products come out to the market and they are not an instant hit, in many cases, that should not be the end of the road for that product. Okay, but the reason why it ends up being the end of the road for so many products, they run out of money, is simply because they have refused to adapt, they've refused to innovate, and they've refused to see opportunities to pivot. So innovation has a very huge role to play in helping businesses grow, especially during challenging times. And one of the things that come to my mind, especially being somebody who runs an incubator, is making the founders that come to us and the founders that I work with super aware very early of the concept of running learning cycles, right? So we put something out and it probably did not get the kind of hit that we expected to get. We go back in there and we try to understand what happened here. Did we get something wrong? Did we probably read the patterns in the customer behavior wrong? And based on the data and the patterns that we observe, we're able to sort of come back and try something else. It's also the reason why I encourage, with most founders I've worked with, I always encourage them to learn to launch pretty lean and to launch super fast also. Because when you put out something lean and fast in the market, it allows you to learn. It allows you to not just speak to customers before putting something out, but also speak to customers in context of what they're using generally. And in that learning process, you get to also through analytics, observe how they are behaving. Through user interviews and through customer interviews, you get to also hear from them about what they would like and what they probably would not like, and compare those results with how you are seeing them behave in their usage of the product generally. So that would also open you up to insights and to areas where you can probably try out new things. And generally, it's in trying out those new things and in experimenting and running very short experiment cycles that you get to sort of probably hit one feature or hit one product offering, or even just hit one position, even a marketing style that would sort of be a very huge hit with your customers. And when you hit that, definitely, then you can literally double down on it. And so generally you can draw a straight line from learning, innovating, to discovering like what you're missing in your attempts to solve a particular problem, and to approaching and achieving like product market fit or service market fit in this case, depending on what business you're running.
Thank you very much for that one, Moses. Now I'll be moving to Damilare. Now, how exactly can businesses improve their cash flow management? With everything going on in the country, how exactly can they improve it and also reduce financial stress? Because sometimes balancing these things can prove quite difficult. So how exactly can businesses do this? Over to you, Damilare.
Okay, so cash flow, first thing, what? I stopped hearing it now anyway. Yeah, so for cash flow, pretty much you're asking a simple question. How is money coming in and how is money going out? Like, these concepts are extremely simple, and it often takes an investment banker to, confuse you on how these topics work. They're actually very simple. If you're trying to, so one of the things that I'd like to have done earlier, as a sort of premise to answering this question, is actually establishing what a challenging time is, because there's so many assumptions that go into that definition. And because of those assumptions, we're unable to properly tackle the problem. So when you say time is challenging, in what way? So say it's economic, right? And we're just trying to get more money or get more cash in our hands. Your business is always split in two, no matter the type of business you're doing. And the two parts are what is going in to the business, right, which is a cost to you, and what is going out, what is going out of the business, which is a cost to you, and what is coming in, which is your revenue. Understanding the finer details of those two things is the only way to solve for your cash flow. So let's go into one of the other, and then we'll end with the second. For your revenue, this is pretty much solved by who are you doing business with and how much are they willing to pay for your product or service. Interestingly, I would say that one of the more intelligent ways in 2025 and beyond to even start a business at all is to find the businesses that have higher revenue margins. So an example would be you find a business that is going to cost you 10 naira to get stuff for the business. So that's your cost. But then you can sell it for $100. A lot of people that sell these clothes, the WhatsApp clothing lines and shoes and all of that in Nigeria, that's the trick to their business, actually. Many of them get them from China, where they can import it at a very, very, very cheap rate. Most shirts and t-shirts that people wear, probably most of them cost in the range of, I don't know, maybe $0.5 or something, extremely ridiculously cheap. So you buy in bulk to save money on each item, and then you can find a market. Oh, my video has gone off again. Then you can find a market and then sell that to that market at a high revenue, right? But the problem with products that you have to sell is that there's a limit. There's only so much someone can buy a shirt for, right? So that takes me to the second part of that, which is if you go into service businesses, or if you find the service equivalent of your business, I'm not sure why my camera is going off, I apologize for that. If you find the service equivalent of your business, you're able to make way more money, because with that one, you have almost unlimited upside. So let me give you an example. If you have a washing machine business in a Nigerian university, for example, there's only so many people that can use that at a time. And so you're limited by matter. You're limited by literal space and time. Because if you have 10 washing machines, people can't use more than 10. However, if you have, my video isn't coming on. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that. If you have, say, a washing machine course where you're teaching students how to probably do their laundry by themselves, or to reduce the amount of what's it called? The amount of clothes that they bring to the laundromat, which is your own business. Now you can scale that infinitely because it will probably cost you, let's say 1,000 naira or 2,000. Now let's even say 10,000 naira to create that course. But then now you can sell it for, I don't know, 5K and market it to 20 people. You already have 100,000. So your revenue can increase significantly, but your cost would remain the same. So the thinking around an economically challenging time in Nigeria, you have to think of a service. Now, courses are not the only services. They are the easier ones that most people just pivot to because most people are somewhat not incentivized to think about other novel ways and as to solve business challenges, which is the call of an entrepreneur anyway. Like your idea, your point as an entrepreneur, your purpose as an entrepreneur is to find novel ways, new ways to solve your problem. If you're trying to solve economic problems, you have to move away from things that are physical from 2025 and beyond. Many of those markets, they would suffer tight margins, naturally so, because the person on the cost side is also trying to keep money to themselves. And you on the revenue side, who's trying to get money, you're also trying to keep money for yourself. And now the customer, the end person, the end product of that value chain is also trying to keep money for themselves. So everyone is trying to keep money. So you just have to keep squeezing and reducing and reducing and reducing. You have to actually think outside those conventional boxes to see what works. This goes beyond, going to YouTube and finding what are the top 10 reasons. I truly think, I was working with one client recently, and this person displayed a level of ingenuity that I have almost never seen, and that I've seen a lot of businesses. This person, partnering with AI, created a solution that is a service, right? This service is being offered right now as I'm speaking. This person launched this business last month, November, with myself and my company's help. And then this person is making so much more money. It's not a course, right? I'm not going to share that information here, but basically out of box thinking is what is saving that person's business. So yes, in summary, I'll just say that for costs, if you have a physical product, you can also negotiate other services or other things you can do for the person who is handling the cost side of things. So what that would mean is if you're a tailor and you need to buy clothing materials, you can negotiate with the woman in the market and tell her that, look, I don't have the 5,000 that this 1 yard of material is going for, but I can give you 2,000 and I would help you sew your own clothing. That's out of the box thinking. Most people would not say no to it. The reason why we don't actually attempt to do that is because we are not sure how the other person will receive it. Most people are actually fine with the idea of bartering, right? Bartering is you're exchanging an item for another item. As long as the perceived value is relatively equal, obviously it won't be equal every time, but it has to be relatively equal. Once you have that, I guarantee you, most people are actually very cool with the idea of bartering. So you have to think about who can I barter with to reduce my cost. The moment you find that person, you go all in. You can, set it up as a, what do you call it? As a, my video is back on now. You can set it up as a system of barter, right? So for each time this woman gives me clothes, I'm going to give her X, Y, Z, this thing. That's a way of cutting costs, right? And then your revenue, you also have to be, what's the word? You can't be tone deaf, right? If the way you're feeling the economic crunch is the same way your customer is feeling the economic crunch. So another thing you can do, just like the way you're doing barter on the cost side, on the revenue side, you can offer them additional services that are, that come at no cost to you. So, the way I said you can record a course, you can have a course, right? Only where the value is left. All the information will be seen by everybody. The execution ability will be available to most people. What will be left is intelligence, which is your ability to combine those variable sources of data to create a novel solution for your own problem and for your own business. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one, Damilare. All right, we're going to be moving straight out to success. Now, piggybacking on what Damilare has mentioned, and what he has said, I'd like to know, being innovative, understanding your business, and creating new ways to thrive in these hard times. What are those key technologies, those key applications or apps, as we seem to put it now, and tools that can be used by businesses to help them adapt and thrive in this rapidly challenging economy?
Oh, sorry, I was missing. Yes, we have talked about, I love what Dami said, that somebody just started a business last month, partnering with AI. Well, the truth is, currently, one has to really look outside the box. The key technologies one has to consider are, of course, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, maybe some people use virtual assistants, and of course there's this automation on WhatsApp, because the truth is that every business must have this in mind. You should not just limit yourself to your products or your services. You must have a media aspect, you must have a tech aspect, because communication is key, and that tech will help to automate the communication. The media will help to put you in the face of people on social or your various social media handles and globally. And so the tools that you can use, of course, many people use virtual assistants now, and also infuse the analysis of your big data, because you should understand the environment, the market that your product is being needed.
Success? Hello? Okay, so we'd have to come back to Success. I believe her network is a little bit shaky as it is. But we're going to be moving now to Ochuko. Now, with everything going on, it's difficult for business leaders, business owners, CEOs, founders, and everybody in that line to maintain the strength, to carry on with business. And there's one thing to give yourself strength, and then there's another thing to give the people that are working under you strength. Now, how exactly can business leaders, founders, CEOs carry on in this line, have the strength, and of course, I don't like to use the word man up, but more or less man up in their business and not be shaken by what is going on in the economy?
I'll be very honest with you, right? If you're in business right now in 2025, you're in for a fight. And that's the honest truth. Every individual currently in business right now is currently fighting for market share. And if that is true, it simply means that you cannot step into business with the heart of a chicken. All right, if you're stepping into business, you must step into business with the heart of a lion. Now, I want to say this. It's important to understand as a business owner, if you're going to have a lion heart, it's important to sell that heart to every single individual in that company at every cadre. What you have a large percent of the time is businesses who the founder has a big idea, but has not sold the big idea to his or her staffs or employees. And it's important for us to understand this truth here, that in the time and season that we are in Nigeria, and if you're listening to this in any part of the world, you must understand that being able to sell an idea is a skill that you must learn. And I'm telling you this. Now, you would agree with me that certain times can happen, certain times and seasons can come into play, and it can even alter the vision that you once had for the business. I will explain. For example, the conversation that is currently going on right now is tax, and a lot of businesses are, running around trying to seek more knowledge, seek understanding. Now, the truth about the matter is this: if you, the owner of the business, or you, the founder of the business, is scared, it's only a matter of time. Your fear would escalate to any other person that is under you. But this is what I want to say here, and this is so important. Please hear me, and please hear me very well. If you are in business right now and it's looking like nothing is working, I promise you the only person that can determine if it's going to work or not is you. Whenever you say, I'm not doing it again, that's when the business will stop. And this is the same kind of heart you need to sell to every individual under you. So in a nutshell, I want to say this, and this is so primary. There's nothing really difficult in business. The only challenge we have in business, particularly in trying times, is when a business owner is unable to communicate an idea or sell the vision of the idea to people under him. So if you are currently in business right now, the only thing I want you to do right now for 2026 and the other years coming, please practically look out for ways you can sell this vision, this big picture that you have of your business to your staffs.
Thank you so much for that, Ochuko. And Success is back. Welcome back, Success. Now, you were talking about the different technologies that organizations, businesses can adapt in these trying times.
Oh, sorry about that. I may not be able to show my face now because I've switched to another device. So I will mention a few, like with benefit to the health sector. Very important that every health sector install AI-powered diagnostics, predictive analytics, because it's used for early disease detection, and also consider infusing telemedicine, virtual care platforms, because the truth is people are getting more busy and they need hands-on access to healthcare. They should also consider remote patients monitoring so that patients have access to being monitored in terms of their health. We talk about maybe the CNG or oil and gas sector. We consider key technologies like industrial IoTs and sensors, predictive maintenance and machine learning, because the truth is oil and gas sector, there is so much in maintenance, repairs and maintenance, and infusing AI models can help to analyze data so that one can predict equipment failures before it happens. Also, one has to, oil and gas sector requires a lot of safety and compliance softwares, so one has to put that into consideration, automate incident tracking, compliance reporting, and worker safety analytics. Also, well, let me just go briefly to the real estate sector. I would say real estate sector require maybe property technology platforms, like digital tools for property search, listing. Even your clients would like to have a tour digitally, because if they are too busy to come and inspect and make a buying decision, they might need to consider that. Also, big data analytics, because the location that your company is situated at will need to understand the market. And blockchain for transactions is applicable in all sectors. Cloud computing is applicable in all sectors. Cybersecurity tools is applicable in all sectors. Well, the most impactful technologies will generally include cloud computing, IoT and remote monitoring, property tech and digital platforms, and cybersecurity and data tools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Success. Now, in few words, I would like you to give an advice to individuals that are about to start business in 2026. You know, people, there's been a lot of motivational speaking, a lot of motivation when it comes to starting business, finding another form of income and all of that. So I'm sure that in 2026, we are going to see loads of businesses that would spring up in Nigeria and, of course, across Africa and across the globe altogether. Now, what advice would you give to these business owners, these individuals that are going into business in 2026? And of course, to those that have already started and, it's a little bit shaky. They don't know what 2026 holds for them. What advice would you give to these individuals and business owners? I'm going to start with you, Success.
First of all, you must take stock of what you have been doing well and what you have not been doing well. Because I will not assume that you just want to start a new business. But for those who want to start, you're actually at a very good advantage, because right now you have to, first of all, maximize ChatGPT, maximize AI to be able to prospect, to be able to see what is really needed by customers. Okay, based on the niche you want to carve out for yourself, what is really needed, what does the market need, what does the customer need, what are their pain points, what solution are you bringing to the table. The truth is that you can't just produce something without knowing if the market is available. So understand if the market is available. If the market is not available, don't bother launching into that aspect. Just focus on where the market is available. And if the market is already available, who are the people that are already trying to provide the solutions for this market, and how are they doing it? How can you do it differently? So we have to do a lot of research and planning and prospecting. Then understand and analyze. Analytics, it cannot be overemphasized. To understand, where am I going? What is in numbers, what are the expected revenue? Most people are not even sure of what they are to expect. So first of all, you have an expectation, you have a vision, you have a value you are trying to dream. What is your unique value proposition? And collaborate. Sometimes you don't have the capital to start immediately, but you can identify people who are already into it and who you can collaborate with, just like Mr. Adami was talking about battering, working with a fellow person who is doing something similar or providing a similar solution. You are working with the person, you are bringing your own expertise, the person is bringing his own expertise, and you are working together to do it. Because the truth is that the new business is now collaboration. We cannot work alone. We cannot succeed alone. We have to work with those who are gone ahead of you, and you have to have leverage in wherever you are going. So 2026, the truth is that new things are going to come up, but you have to plan ahead. How can you position yourself? Where is the world going to? And how can I get there before people get there? So that's really the question, the answer one has to give at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Success. Now we're going to be moving to Tomi. So tell us, what exactly is your advice to people?
My advice is, despite the fact that we've been saying times are challenging, I think this is actually probably one of the best times to actually get into business. Why do I say that? First of all, like Dami said earlier, knowledge is now commoditized. Like information that you would have hired expensive consultants or researchers to figure out for you, is basically on your phone. So the only thing that you need to do is actually apply intelligence and execute, which is basically all you have to do. So I think right now is the best time to actually start a business. I would also advise, yes, leverage AI. AI is, you might say, what's all the hype about AI, but AI is actually a big game changer. There's a lot of people only scratch the surface of the capabilities of AI and never really explore the breadth of what you can do. Like things like customer support, for instance, that's like a huge pain a lot of businesses go through. You can automate away all the grunt work that's typically involved in customer support using AI. Things like things like support, customer service, things like writing and marketing, for instance. AI can handle that perfectly for you. There's like image generation AI models and video generation AI models that can do heavy lifting and generate like video contents, image contents. As a matter of fact, even big companies are now using AI in like production. For instance, I was watching a football game, and at halftime, I think it was a Coca-Cola advert, and I could tell that the entire video was AI generated. So if massive multinationals are already using AI, you too can use it to basically bootstrap your business, and basically without having to hire expensive employees or consultants or whatever. So like I'll say the bar to entry is much lower now, but also the bar for quality is now much higher. So because you have access to AI, everybody else also has access to AI. So you should also strive to ensure that what your product is of the highest quality possible. And I would also say AI is powerful, it's amazing, but it's not a silver bullet. It doesn't solve all your problems. In a lot of businesses, people still want to see a human being at some point. I remember dealing with customer support, and I figured out it was an AI automation I was talking to, and I immediately, because what I was dealing with was sensitive, I immediately requested for a human representative, and the business obviously had a human that could talk to me. So AI automation is good, but you still need to cover your end of the deal. Like you still need to ensure quality, and you still need to ensure that you have everything under control. You know what's going on in your business, because it's not a silver bullet. It's still your business to run. But yeah, in conclusion, I think it's a great time to start a business despite all the challenges. If you are just if you know how to execute rightly, if you know how to execute efficiently, and basically have a passion for your products. And also, one thing I also mentioned is focus. It's always important to like have focus, not chase after every idea or every new feature you think of, but just focus on one thing that solves your customer's problem. I read this somewhere, but I don't remember where. But it's basically saying that it's better to have 10 people that absolutely love your product or service than to have 100 people that are like, it's fine. So basically, focus and strive to find that core niche, or those few people that would die without your products, and from there you can use that as a springboard to grow your business.
Thank you very much for that, Tomi. Now on to you, Moses, and please use 2 minutes for the answer. Thank you so much. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. This is amazing, folks. A lot already. So I'm just going to keep it to 2. And the first is validate. And validate early, not as a deterrent to continue with, not just as a deterrent to continue with the business or abandon it, but validate early as a means to learn. And the second would be know your numbers and don't be emotional about it. When you figure out something is not working, cut it.
Apologies, we are having a little technical difficulties, but we're back now. So Moses, you were saying?
Yeah, so I was saying, encouraging like folks building businesses to validate early, and to validate not as a means of just as a deterrent to continue the business or to stop it, but as a means of learning and figuring out what works. And the second is that for them, encouraging them to basically know their numbers and not be emotional about it. If they run reviews and find that something is not working or something is a huge cost center without bringing commensurate revenue, like they should cut it. And when they find something that brings them like really good revenue, especially without being a very huge cost center, they should double down on it generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ochuko.
Well, frankly speaking, I think any business going or opening in 2026 generally should be open to collaborations. And I want to say this, that if someone reaches out to you to collaborate, don't think it's that the person wants to take your own share of the national cake. See it as an opportunity to expand. One can be able to see something, but imagine if two people use 4 eyes to see something. Imagine what you can cover. And I'm saying this because naturally, particularly in our climate here in Africa, a lot of Nigerians have the perception that when someone says, oh, I'd like to, buy shares in your businesses or your business, or I'd like to collaborate in your business, the first thing they see them as sharks. They see them as, and of course you have those, but be open to collaborations. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, don't be scared to try new things, okay? If something you tried out, like Moses said last year, didn't work out, come on. You have an opportunity, it's a new year, look out for new opportunities, explore new opportunities. And the third is ask questions. Ask questions. If you don't have a mentor in your industry, look out for someone, an individual, to ask a question. You might even go as far as hiring a consultant. Look, if your business is looking at going global, you must start looking at hiring or contacting global consultants. And I'll say that for any business we step into 2026.
Thank you very much. And to you, Damilare. All right, I do not know what has happened, but thank you so much to my guests. Thank you so much for being here.
Can you hear me now?
I appreciate it. And just a few more seconds to be sure if Damilare is still...
Can you hear me now?
Okay, this is good.
Oh, my apologies. I was saying that a lot of speakers have mentioned a lot of things that are factually correct, and I agree, with what they have said. And just to top it off, I would say that the most important thing in 2026 and beyond would be clarity. We've mentioned it ad nauseum on this call that information is now very cheap. And so you need to be clear. You need to have a strategy that, just like Ochuko said, if you have to partner with someone to, get the right strategy, do whatever you can to survive. The next couple of years into the next decade is going to be incredibly difficult, because prior to this decade, what the business climb was about arbitrage. So you're taking things that you have, and which could be, specialized knowledge. It could be some information that most people didn't know about, and you're selling it to people who didn't know about it, right? But now, what happens when people now know about it? It means you have to be able to sell new types or new category of things, such as, execution. How can you implement it? How can you make them see things differently? The person who is able to redefine the status quo is always going to be wealthy. Money is going to come to you if you can redefine the status quo. You must resist the urge to be ordinary. You must resist the urge to be pedestrian. You must resist the urge to get information that every other person can get. If you're going somewhere, if you have a business and and you put, maybe the challenges you have or the solutions you're looking for into ChatGPT, for example, just understand that the same way you have the ability to do that and the access to do that, every other competitor of yours has the same ability to do that. So you must rise beyond. You must place a higher demand on seeing connections. You must be able to link things together. That's who owns the future. The future would not be for the people who want to do business as usual. It will be for people who can redefine the status quo. So there's a lot of opportunity there because most people do things, business as usual. So if you separate yourself and desire to get a higher level of functioning in your category, I can take any business, right? Just by means of repetition and having done this a lot of times, I can take any business at all and disrupt a certain value chain within that business, making the person who owns the business or the business itself becoming more valuable technically overnight. Now, the owner would still have to execute it, but because of the ability to see things differently and to tackle on business challenges with novel solutions, I find that really helps businesses. And if you're starting out, you want to start out with a new idea from the get-go, because the business climate right now is extremely difficult, and I honestly don't see it getting any easier as we progress into the future, because ultimately the more technology is able to automate these things, the more you need to be human. Last point I'll make is most people treat their businesses like input, output. They don't really have a lot of throughput energy. The throughput energy, what I mean by that is the ability to think. So you have an input, maybe you notice that people in your university, for example, don't have good enough clothing, right? So that's a form of input. You've seen this happening in the environment. The throughput should be, okay, what is being done or what has been done before, which is people sell shirts, they do all of these things. Then your output should be, what can I do? How can I take what has been done before and do it differently? How can I put a spin on it? How can I, disrupt how that works and ensure that moving forward, there's going to be a new way people experience buying clothing. People who think like that own the future, and I'll say that in conclusion.
Thank you so much, Damilare, for that. And thank you to every single one of my guests for coming up. It has been an interesting, amazing session right here on the Business Day television. And yes, if you are tuned in, you know what to do. You can, in fact, follow us across all social media platforms. On Instagram, it is Business Day Television _NG. And on YouTube, it is bdtv _NG. Do well to have yourself a lovely day, and of course don't forget to join us same time, same station, 8 a.m. for the breakfast show. I remain Akimini Obong Michael, and this is Business Day Television.
With my own opinion, I don't think I'm expecting anything from the government, because for the past 2 years now, since we voted this particular government in, I've not seen anything. Sincerely speaking, I've not seen anything from this government. So all what I can say is that it's still the same thing, all years to years, back to back, promise and faith government. So to me, I'm not expecting anything this year from the government. Okay. Cost of transport, basically based on the amount of salary you receive, and based on transportation, you could understand that we spend more on transportation, because transportation took more of our salary than any other thing, right there. So I would like the government to look into that aspect, transporting, and secondly, housing, because an ordinary man cannot afford a house here in Lagos State. So the cost of housing is too much here.
We need more from the government.
Okay.
We need more road. We need water. We need houses. The poor are crying. Although food are coming down, but we still need them to do more to progress, to make Nigeria to improve.
What I'm expecting from the president, that he should work on the bandits, so as people will be able to so that people will be able to travel. And there's a lot of things that government should work on, like transport and some other things. Like me now, I can't be able to afford a house in Ikoyi. okay, let me say I'm a single mother, also trying to survive. So government should just please, they should help us like we, even that we don't have much. Government should look into the transports then and the goods. I'm talking about they should help the less privileged by putting that the price of goods that they should let it to be go down so that people will be able to afford to buy rice and some other things.
We expect a lot. We are not going into it because it will take a lot of time. What we just want is that they've been trying their best, and though their best has not been enough to the minority, what we just want is that in terms of the tax and the accommodation aspect of it, the way the agents takes a lot of percentage from the tenants and all those things like that, is really appalling to most of us that we could not even afford. The house rent is not the issue, but the agents and some other parties like that are involved into it. These are one of the things that they should scrap, put the agent aside, because they are not the owner of the house like that. So I don't know, government understand better. Most of these agents, they came up from nowhere. The landlord will just give them, it might not really be the owner of the house, they just give them the address of the house that, okay, manage my house for me like that, blah, blah, blah. So at the end of everything now, when you're trying to pay, what I really want is that let there be a registered, if there's any means of ways that, okay, there should be a registered organization that manage a certain house. That means if the house itself is fully on the normal government line, so that one is normal. So, but if aside that, they should scrap some of these agents. They are on the streets, threatening people all around. Even the owner of the house does not have time to run. So when it comes to this Agberu, honestly, let me just crack a joke. Sorry. I understand that very soon Agberu will be like a course in the university that you have to study, because it's becoming a legit work that even from the government, it has been supported already. But what I understand is that, fine, nobody can question the authorities. But what I think that there should be a limit to their activities, so that at least to favor the commuters and the people on the road, the drivers, because whatever that comes up, even if they ask thousands, millions of naira from the driver, is we, the commuters, that are going to suffer everything. So there should be a limit to some of all these things. Fine, this from the government, because I believe they are remitting. So like I know talk, yes, I know talk, they are remitting, yes, somewhere. So that goes it.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monaco, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress. No delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon. This is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira slips to 1,421 Naira per dollar midweek as market eyes stronger fundamentals in 2020. DMO raises 1.144 trillion Naira in first NTD auction of 2026 at higher rates. Proteus swings to 5 billion Naira profit in 2024 on investment property revaluation. Seplat crosses 6,000 Naira share price mark. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. The Naira slipped midweek on Wednesday at the official FX market, closing at 1,421 Naira per dollar, marking a mild depreciation in the second week of January 2026. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the currency had traded at 1,416 Naira per dollar on Tuesday and 1,428 Naira per dollar on Monday, while the parallel market stood weaker at 1,490 Naira to 1,494 Naira per dollar, reflecting unmet FX demand for travel, import, and invisibles. Despite this, FX volatility remains contained, supported by rising reserves of $45.61.4 billion in 2026, aided by higher oil earnings, bond inflows, remittances, and expanding local refining, strengthen the Naira's medium-term outlook. Moving on, Nigeria's 144 trillion Naira
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
You're still watching the Business Day TV news update, and this is the news. Seplat Energy has become the first listed company on the Nigerian exchange to cross the 6,000 naira share price mark recorded on January 7, when the stock surged at 10% to 6,171 naira from 5,610 the previous day. The rally follows heightened investor interest since Earth Energies, owned by Tony Elumelu, acquired a majority stake. Trading activity jumped sharply with 1.23 million shares traded on December 31 and 1.13 million on January 2, nearly 10 times the 3-month average. Seplat now trades at a premium on the NGX over London, where it closed at £2.855, with most trades now happening in Nigeria. According to reports, this surge mirrors broader gains in Nigerian oil stocks, even as global energy shares struggle. Away from that story, the Nigeria Customs Service has introduced a procedure allowing international investors to temporarily bring personal vehicles into Nigeria. This new framework is aimed at easing cross-border movement, ensuring compliance with international transit rules. The disclosure was contained in a statement issued on the official X account of the Nigeria Customs Service on Wednesday. According to the statement, the initiative applies to all personal non-commercial vehicles belonging to international travelers visiting Nigeria for tourism, business, diplomatic or personal purposes. Travelers are also required to present valid documents including an international passport, international driver's license, vehicle registration, insurance and a carnet de passage on douane at the point of entry. And also, bank verification number enrollments in Nigeria have reached 67.8 million by December 2025, marking a notable expansion of the database that underpins identity verification across the country's banking sector. This is according to a newly released data by the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, reflecting continued growth from 63.5 million in 2024. This represents an increase of more than 4.3 million registrations over the past year and underlining the ongoing uptake of biometric identification in financial services. The rise in BVN enrollments through 2025 is closely linked to policy interventions and enforcement directives from the Central Bank of Nigeria and industry practice. And to end the local news this afternoon, the Rivers State House of Assembly has begun impeachment proceedings against Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odo. The majority leader of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Major Jack, read out the notice of allegations and misconduct against Fubara during plenary on Thursday, presided over by the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martins Amewule. According to reports, 26 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly signed the notice which they allege was against the Nigerian Constitution. Amewule revealed that the notice will be served to Fubara in the next 7 days, while the Deputy Majority Leader of the House, Linda Stewart, also read out the notice of allegations and gross misconduct against Odu. Coming up, Uganda opposition candidate says he will reveal all deals if elected next week. This and more after this short break. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is still the Business Day TV news update. And now to Africa. The main opposition candidate in Uganda's presidential election next week, Bobi Wine, says he would review the country's agreement with international oil firms if he won power and revise any that did not favor Ugandans. Uganda reportedly expects to start commercial crude oil production later this year when fields run by France's Total Energies, China's CNOOC, and Ugandan National Oil Company come online. Uganda's oil reserves are estimated at 6.65 billion barrels. It discovered the oil 20 years ago, but production has been repeatedly delayed by disagreements between international firms, the government, and opposition from environmental activists. In the interview, Wine whose real name is Robert Kyagulanyi, also criticized Uganda's Western allies for what he described as their hypocrisy in continuing to provide financial support to Museveni's government despite crackdowns on opposition supporters. And still in Africa, South African manufacturing sentiment fell in December to its lowest level for 2025, driven by steep declines in inventories and employment sub-indices. The seasonally adjusted PMI sponsored by South African bank ABSA fell to 40.5 points in December from 42.0 in November, concluding a year marked by predominantly contractionary readings in negative territory. The sub-index trafficking employment reportedly decreased by 6.3 points in December, falling further below the neutral 50-point mark and remaining in contractionary territory since April 2024. And on the foreign scene, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia are in talks this week to convert about $2 billion of Saudi loans into a JF-17 fighter jet deal, deepening military ties months after both nations signed a mutual defense pact. Sources say the deal, led by both governments, could reach $4 billion, with another $2 billion for additional equipment, while Pakistan's Air Chief Zair Ahmed also discussed cooperation in Saudi Arabia on Thursday. The pact was signed in September following Israeli strikes in Doha amid shifting Middle East security alliances. The JF-17, jointly developed with China, has gained attention after being used in Pakistan's conflict with India in May 2025, boosting its market appeal. And still on, European defense stocks have surged to new record highs after U.S. President Donald Trump called for sharply higher U.S. military spending, ordering defense contractors to halt dividends and share buybacks until weapons production accelerates. Trump says the 2026 U.S. defense budget should reach $1.5 trillion following talks with lawmakers. His order hits U.S. defense shares but boosted European firms. The Stocks Europe Aerospace and Defense Index jumped 2.1%, extending a rally that has lifted the sector 57% in 2025, driven by war in Ukraine and rising global tensions. Base Systems led gains up 6.3%, while Leonardo, Saab, Rheinmetall and others advanced up to 3% as investors rotated toward European defense makers. We'll bring you the sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And now in the world of sports, former Leeds and Wales midfielder Terry Yorath has died at the age of 75 after a short illness. Yorath, born in Cardiff, played a big part in the Leeds team under Don Revie, winning the First Division title in 1974 before spells with Coventry, Tottenham and Bradford, winning 59 caps for Wales. Yorath was a key member of Leeds at 1973-74 championship winning team as Revie marked his final season at Elland Road by beating Liverpool to the title by 5 points. Yorath also became the first Welshman to play the European Cup final when Leeds lost 2-0 to Bayern Munich in Paris the following season. To end the news, the chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, has revealed that all financial entitlement of Super Eagles players and officials have been resolved. Diko's remarks followed reports of players threatening to boycott training and travel to Marrakesh for Saturday's match against Algeria. Diko clarified that President Bola Tinubu has approved the Super Eagles AFCON 2025 budget in November 2025, bringing alignment among the NSC, the Nigeria Football Federation and the players. The chairman explained that approval and processing were two different stages, assuring players that the funds have been approved and were being released. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights and more stories. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
With my own opinion, I don't think I'm expecting anything from the government because for the past 2 years now, since we voted this particular government in, I've not seen anything, sincerely speaking, I've not seen anything from this government. So all what I can say is that it's still the same thing, all years to years, back to back, promise and faith government. So to me, I'm not expecting anything this year from the government. Okay. Cost of transport, basically based on the amount of salary you receive, and based on transportation, you could understand that we spend more on transportation because transportation took more of our salary than any other thing, right there. So I would like the government to look into that aspect, transporting, and secondly, housing, because an ordinary man cannot afford a house in Lagos State. So the cost of housing is too much here.
We need more from the government.
Okay.
We need more road. We need water. We need houses.
the poor are crying. Although food are coming down, but we still need them to do more to progress, to make Nigeria to improve.
What I'm expecting from the president that he should work on the bandits, so as people will be able to so that people will be able to travel. And there's a lot of things that government should work on, like transport and some other things. Like me now, I can't be able to afford a house in Ikoyi. Okay, let me say I'm a single mother, also trying to survive. So government should they should help us, like that we don't have much. Government should look into the transports, then, and the goods. I'm talking about they should help the less privileged by putting that the price of goods, that they should let it to go down, so that people will be able to afford to buy rice and some other things.
We expect a lot, but we are not going into it because it will take a lot of time. What we just want is that they've been trying their best, and though their best has not been enough to the minority, what we just want is that in terms of the tax and the accommodation aspect of it, the way the agents takes a lot of percentage from the tenants and all those things like that, is really appalling to most of us that we could not even afford. The house rent is not the issue, but the agents and some other parties like that are involved into it. These are one of the things that they should scrap, put the agent aside, because they are not the owner of the house like that. So I don't know, government understand better. Most of these agents, they came up from nowhere. The landlord will just give them, it might not really be the owner of the house, they just give them the address of the house, that okay, manage my house for me like that, blah blah blah. So at the end of everything now, when you're trying to pay, what I really want is that let there be a registered, if there's any means of ways that okay, there should be a registered organization that manage a certain house. That means if the house itself is fully on the normal government line, so that one is normal. So but if aside that, they should scrap some of these agents. They are on the streets threatening people all around. Even the owner of the house does not even have time to run. So when it comes to this Agberu, honestly, let me just crack a joke. Sorry. I understand that very soon Agberu will be like a course in the university that you have to study, because it's becoming a legit work that even from the government, it has been supported already. But what I understand is that, fine, nobody can question the authorities. But what I think that there should be a limit to their activities, so that at least to favor the commuters and the people on the road, the drivers, because whatever that comes up, even if they ask thousands, millions of naira from the driver, is we, the commuters, that are going to suffer everything. So there should be a limit to some of all these things. Fine, this from the government, because I believe they are remitting. So like I know talk, yes, I know talk, they are remitting, yes, somewhere. So that goes it.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good afternoon, and you're welcome to Beyond the Headlines. Behind the headlines, I beg your pardon, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. Now we move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what could come next. I am Destiny Momo. Our conversations are going to be centering on this afternoon. More trouble for hobbled electricity markets as 20 more firms dumps national grid. And this is because it's generating 1,045 megawatts. And we're also going to gaze into investors' confidence returns to Africa startups on improved model. Now, our first headline is more trouble for hobbled electricity market as 20 more firms dumps national grid, and this generating 1,045 megawatts. Now, according to BusinessDay, at least 20 Nigerian companies have exited the national power grid between January and September of 2025, and which is choosing instead to install their own captive power plant with a total capacity of about 1,045.54 megawatts. And right now, we're being joined by Abubakar Ibrahim. He is our BusinessDay energy reporter. Ibrahim, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice
Now,
to be here.
so good to have you. Now, very quickly, and I need a very brief answers because of time, right? What structural and regulatory failures do you think is driving power generation and distribution companies to actually abandon the national grid? And how deep does this crisis run?
So that's a very good question. I'll make it very snappy. So before now, we had a report that shows that over 250 firms, organizations that span through academia, manufacturing, energy sector, and even down to agriculture, these companies, they've moved from the grid to, generate their own power. Yeah. So the report that we're talking about now is showing that an additional 20 firms have joined these 250. Yeah, and that's between January and September of 2025. That's not even the full year yet. And what is driving this is none other than just the grid collapse, the grid failure to meet the demand of these customers. Naturally, you'd expect organizations that are big, that are huge, to want to be part of, to be in or under the grid. It becomes cheaper for them to do these things. But when you cannot rely on the grid, you have to find an alternative. One of the alternatives is to generate your own power, and which is what so many of them have done now. For example, if you look at under the before, when we have 250 companies, we have Dangote Refinery under these organizations, and he is now saying in recent report that he's also looking to add an additional 1,000 megawatts. That's a deeper problem for the Nigerian power sector players, for TCN, for NEC itself, for various other people in the value chain. Yeah. So you see companies in this latest report, we have at least 9 companies doing the same thing. One company, 9 different branches across Lagos and Ogun State, getting permits to generate its own power. So it is getting deeper in as much as we want these people to be part of the grid. They are looking for what is sustainable for them as a business so that they can also meet the demand of their own suppliers and customers. So what
said that very quickly, I just wanted you to add this, right? I've been able to ask you more questions, but because we're pressed for time, right? Now, how does the exit of 20 additional firms impact national electricity supply stability, even the pricing and even investor confidence in the power sector?
So it will derail their confidence to some extent, because if you ask me, if you look at the tariff plan in Nigeria, where we have the Band A, Band B, and the rest, most of the customers under Band A are industrial customers. And now you're telling us that this report is telling us that 20 additional industrial customers that are supposed to be under the Band A are leaving. It means it will be difficult for you to invest money in this sector and get a return. Yeah, if you talk to industry players that I talked to during the report, you get conversation around residentials are supposed to be under the band B, band C, band D, where we have the industrial who are the main customer paying a chunk of what the discos, gencos, and every other parties in the value chain is earning. And now, if they are leaving, it means it's a problem. Subsidy might probably even need to come back again. And in the same report, we saw that the federal government paid, or the Nigerian government paid almost 2 trillion.
Someone said that, right? I'm sorry to cut you short there, but I just want to ask you this one last question, and please make it very brief. What urgent reforms on policy, financial or infrastructure based, must government and even regulators implement to prevent a total collapse of the electricity market? Please, very brief. Please, very brief.
The first thing is to make sure that the grid is stable. When and if the grid is stable, it helps investors. It helps people invest in that sector. Then the second thing will be to work around how to distribute more. We've been around 4,500 and 5,500 for years, for decades. Yeah, and you see countries like South Africa doing 50,000 megawatts, and we are currently doing somewhere around 5,545 megawatts distribution per day, every day. So it's a problem that we need to solve. If we can get these two problems sorted, then you see investors coming. Most of these organizations that can live will come back, to be a customer under the grid, because then the grid electricity is cheaper than what they are doing. So it will help if we can just get these two foundational problems sorted. Get the grid
so much, Ibrahim, for this very insightful contribution over the power sector and electricity grid. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your input on this, and I want you to enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much. Now, after this break, we will be talking to Royal Ibe from the tech world. We will be right back. Stay with us. It's still behind the headlines. We'll be right back.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. It's still behind the headlines this afternoon. We just spoke with Ibrahim about the power sector, and right now we're talking about tech right here. Now, after a slump, meanwhile, our topic for tech is on investor confidence returns to Africa startups on improved models. Now, after a slump, a drop from about $3.5 billion in 2023 to roughly $2.2 billion in 2024, capital flows across Africa. Capital flows across Africa startups surged in 2025, which is reflecting a clear return of investor confidence. Now, this rebound has been driven by renewed interest from global and local investors who are more selective and focused on quality and sustainability. Now, we're being joined by Royal Ibe. She is from the technology desk Right. It's so good to have you join us. So very quickly, what specifically do you think has changed in African startups business models that is actually convincing investors to return now?
Yeah, to start with, we believe that startups are more disciplined in how they roll out their businesses. I mean, when you look at the during the boom years, you notice that investors just invest money into startups based on their business plan. But then you see that when the fund started trading, they then look deep into not just they carried out due diligence. They look into if this business can actually bring in profits, right?
Yeah.
So that was it. Startups were more disciplined in 2025. But another thing that drove the growth was the fact that investors now do their due diligence, right?
Oh, wow.
Yes, they don't just look at the book. They go as far as even going to their churches or their place of worship to ask who this person is. So they don't just look at the business plan and stop there.
All right.
They go as far as doing their
due diligence. Oh, nice. Okay, now investors. Do you think investors are actually backing new startups, or maybe they're actually concentrating funding on a smaller group of proven resilient companies? What do you think about that exactly?
Why investors are more careful, they are also backing the boat, like mega companies, mega startups, and then the upcoming startups. Why did I say so? In last year, we saw about 8 mega deals that took place in 2025.
Wow.
But then the upcoming startups also benefited from the fund.
Wow.
Over 500, yes. Over 500 startups in African countries raise at least $100,000.
Whoa,
Yes.
that's huge.
Yeah, and 200 startups, upcoming startups also raised up to like $1 million. So the funding is in both ways. But what investors are looking at is how disciplined this startup is.
Okay.
Will it be able to tackle issues in the society and then scale up business? That's their focus.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, now moving on. Now, which sectors do you think are actually leading this renewed investor interest? Is it fintech? Is it a health tech? Is it agri-tech or even climate tech? And why do you think, these ones are actually doing that?
Yeah, fintech still leads.
Ooh.
And the reason for that is not far-fetched.
Oh, wow.
Money has to flow in one way or the other.
True.
Exactly. So how can we flow this money, or how can we move money from one point to another seamlessly? Exactly. So investors look into that, and that's why the majority of the funding went into the fintech sector in 2025. Because you look at the fintech and the
it's
traditional
actually
banks.
showing.
Yes.
It's showing the
difference
is enormous.
Through one of the fintech apps.
Yes, it's very fast with speed and accuracy.
Thank you. That's what we want.
And there's this investor confidence that it gives you, as even the consumer. It just makes you feel, very relaxed using them.
I did a report on, I did a story from the KPMG report.
Oh, wow.
That showed our consumer experience between the fintech and the traditional banks. And it showed that consumers are now even having more confidence in the fintech.
I'm telling you.
Because it's seamless and they are putting
reliable,
a lot
consistency.
of protection system in place to ensure that funds, the funds of the people are protected in the fintech space. Yeah. So fintech still, but then investors are also looking at other areas.
Okay.
Like we saw some funding going into clean energy. And then people are moving from fossil fuel to clean energy.
Oh, wow.
We want to reduce the carbon emission.
Oh, wow.
And so they are diversifying, putting funds into startups who are coming up with solutions to tackle issues in that space. What about agri-tech? We saw funding
going into
that,
there as well.
Into the agri-tech as well. And then climate, the healthcare system also got funded. So investors did not just focus on the fintech, but they are the leading, leading sector right now in terms of funding. But they also look at other sectors.
Wow. All right, now the last question before I let you go very quickly is this return of confidence a short-term rebound or the start of a more disciplined long-term investment cycle for African startup?
I don't think it's a short-term rebound because
it's subject to continue.
Yeah, because for the past 2 years we saw decline, but now in 2025 we start picking up. Now, like I said, investors are not looking at the book alone. They are picking startups, choosing startups who have shown resilience, right?
Wow,
who can scale, who can double their customer base within some specific years.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
So these are the startups they are focusing on. And in as much as you are able to come up with solutions that impact lives and boost the economy, you will definitely get funding.
Wow.
So that's what investors are looking at.
This is awesome. This is awesome. Wow. I'm really proud of you, because you've been able to get this information. Your insights this afternoon speaks it all. I must say, I can even clap for you. Really, I'm proud, and I'm happy that you were able to give us a good insight on this, and it just boosted that investor confidence in me and others watching right now. I want to thank you so much for joining us on Business Day Television, Behind the Headlines. But that's all we have for you this afternoon on Behind the Headlines. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Momo. Join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting edition of Business Day Headlines as we speak about it on Behind the Headlines. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.